in like, well, some of it's in pencil, some of it's in pen right now.
Oh,
So if I was,
that's fine. Yeah.
I don't have a printer, so I'm having to draw up all my character sheets by hand.
Oh no.
Oh jeez. Yeah,
It's very fun.
Wait, I have 5. Why aren't you getting them?
Shh.
we shouldn't have to refer to it often unless you just like,
No,
you know,
it's
lie
gonna be.
about my proficiency bonus.
Yeah. Don't lie. That's not good gameplay.
Yeah, I
but
won't
other
lie.
than that,
But
it's
if
cool.
you're like, oh, do you actually have that feature? Then I'll be like, yeah, it's written right there.
Yeah.
It's just for the first session anyway. I'll definitely go over there and help her put all her stuff on there.
Cool. Okay. Since we just got the recording set up, I'm going to go to the bathroom and get a drink, and then when I come back, we'll begin. When everyone's back, of course.
I mean, I might get food in between, but regardless, because food takes time to cook.
Yeah, we might take a 2-hour, or like in between 2 hours or so, we might take a break or something. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be back in like 5.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's my contribution. There we go. Nothing but the best note-taking experience.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Do I have the notes? I do have the notes.
I'll look at them.
Oh. We might have to tell all the DM here to make sure that they're separated.
There are notes for everybody. Don't worry, we can congregate notes because I'm going to take physical notes and then I'm just going to copy them for bits up here.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, personally, I might, like, put in, like, some secret character stuff, so that's why I kind of, like, that's why I kind of like to have, like, separate notes from everybody else.
True,
And then each person has, like, different, like, writing styles and how they take notes, so it may be confusing for someone else to read them.
I used to do that with
makes
my
sense.
one character who had, like, 5 intelligence, and their notes were, It was for me. Nobody else could get to read them. I would draw insults in the margins. It was great. But yeah, you know that symbol Theta uses to represent their name in Dice Cloud, on their Dice Cloud character sheet?
Nope.
How I always imagine it is that, like, when they tell you their name, you just literally, like, think of that symbol. Like, they don't say it, and it doesn't make a noise, it's just the symbol. Because they're just utterly obsessed with themselves.
Lovely. So don't pick a fight with Rava, otherwise she might make you hear bells in your head.
God, why do you have to think so goddamn loudly?
I just want to say Toll the Dead.
Yep, Toll the Dead.
That's it. Oh, we're playing nasty with fucking noise spells? Don't even get my fucking Tashos.
Wait, what is the wisdom save? Haha.
12. I don't know why it's fucked up on this. My spell save DC is set to 12. Ha! You fool! You've been whispered!
I have been whispered in this one case.
You've been whispered and you run away at your maximum speed? I don't know, what is it, like 6 million light years? I don't know. I do the fucking gay little wave with my hand. Yeah, I don't know how to fix my wisdom save DC, because it works for Tasha's, but it doesn't work for Dissonant Whispers. And the only difference is that one's an attack and one isn't.
Wait, what is wait, so what is your spellcasting thing? Charisma. So I think you just have to like in the character settings, or I think it's in the settings above you. So when you choose your class, so mine is cleric, so it changes to my wisdom or my spellcasting DC and bonus to wisdom.
Yeah, no, everything like that is set up. It's just that when I cast the spell, like my character sheet knows what my spell save DC. It says that it's 12, but when I cast Dissonant Whispers, it just ignores that. And I've looked around the settings and I've crawled around it and ignored what's going on here. And the only difference is that it outputs an attack. That's literally it. And I know that one of my players has had this problem too, and I have no idea what it's in. There's nothing around the saving throw area where I can like make it work.
So are you casting it from like the spell page, or are you casting it from your from like the core sheet?
From the spell page.
So I think there's a setting, and I don't know if you did this by hand, but in the spell setting there is spell casting ability.
Oh. Wait, did I just fix it? I fixed
there you
it.
go.
Wow, that's a really dumb fix. God, this is dumb.
Oh dear.
Right.
How do I add stuff like leather armor?
You would add it manually, but
Yeah.
leather
And then
armor,
I would just manually change my armor class
I mean,
as well.
I can find it
yeah, you
in the
manually
SRD.
change it to 11. Oop, I need to roll that. Oh god.
11 plus my 8 plus my dex.
Congratulations, you rolled
I can
initiative.
add it through the SRD if you want.
Maybe later. Don't worry about
How
it.
did I do this? But yeah, you manually add armor in these sheets. I
Looks
think.
like you have it already.
I added it and then changed it
Oh.
manually.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I
leather
mean, if it
armor-
has the same effect, then it's basically the same.
Makes your armor class 11 plus your dexterity.
Yeah.
I'm wearing leather armor, got no dexterity, 11 AC, baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
Now,
baby.
the question
And
is...
SRD, what is this? How do I access that?
Whoops. Sorry. I have... Oh, that's not good.
Just saying, if you did want to get really fancy with your armor class, if you go into the settings where it says armor class tracking, you can change it to custom. So the number and plus whatever it might be, so like dex, it would then automatically track for your leather armor.
Armor class tracking. What do I set it to? Custom?
So whatever the leather armor is, so 11, right, and then plus your dex. And then you just it's saved.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm definitely going to get Noah to help me later because I'll make
There's
this I don't understand
cool
this.
features to this character sheet that's just buried in bad design. This makes me so sad every time I look at the settings sheet.
But I mean, it's the armor class tracking is especially useful for like if you have like an unarmored defense, you can just change everything to that. But I don't think anyone here has unarmored defense. But regardless,
Yeah, we have like rogues and warlocks and such. We don't really have any of those fancy classes with an armored
any
defense.
monks or barbarians.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
No punchy
I might
boys.
as well be Marshall with these muscles.
Oh,
Hey,
jeez.
my middle name's Marshall, last name Class.
Last name-
Warlock.
Nice confidence there. Oh god, I have to change my armor class. Hold on.
Last name Mathers.
Second
Marshall
last name.
Mathers. He knows.
Second last name. Warlock again. You fit Theta in there somewhere. I'm not your mom. Begins to run away.
Oops.
I'm not owned, I say, as I slowly turn into my mace, my dagger, my water glass, my dissonant whispers, and my Tasha's hideous laughter. All fucking figured out the fuck. Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, VTT enhancement suite. something has been loaded with the advertisements.
Let's go! Face gang!
Gang.
Oh, looks like we got a wink link.
Oof. Wait.
We got a wink.
There-
Wait, how do you have a
Is it even
+7
physically
perception?
possible to have a 9 passive perception?
That was a persuasion. Wait, what?
No,
It was a 9?
I'm
You have
looking
you
at
have a-
I'm looking at your character sheet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it's naturally like 10 plus
Your
is it your
wisdom,
wisdom?
and you're
Oh,
a
yeah, my
-1.
I'm at a
and your
-1.
proficiency bonus.
And
No,
your
you don't
are
have
sure?
proficiency.
No.
No.
That's for saving throws.
Oh.
You don't add proficiency with perception unless you have proficiency with perception.
No,
I just
no.
realized I have proficiency in
Okay.
perception. That's why my passive wisdom isn't 9. Okay.
But we're talking about passive perceptions. You don't add proficiency to passive perception at all either.
But if you have, so that's what I'm saying. But if you have a proficiency bonus because you have proficiency in the skill perception, then you add that to your passive perception.
Yeah,
Really?
my perception's 11
Yeah, so
instead of 9.
it's 10 plus your plus the applicable modifier, and then it's 10 plus the applicable modifier if you don't have if you don't have persuasion or not perception as a proficiency, so 10 plus wisdom. But if you have proficiency with perception, it's 10 plus the perception bonus, which is in my case is 5, so I have a passive wisdom of 15.
But I was wondering.
Oh, so I gotta change a couple of other character sheets for different campaigns then.
How do you have +7 to your deception? Holy shit.
Rogues, man.
Rogues, yeah.
Oh, you have. Wait, you have +5 in charisma?
No.
Okay, so it's +2
Expertise.
and then +5 from mods.
Man, I need to have all the monsters not hit her, because if she takes 1 hit, she's dead.
I am a rogue.
Holy shit.
Who?
You are just
What?
a
Me?
little dog
So
under the
rogues
coat.
have the expertise thing.
Yeah.
So if you have expertise with deception, then yeah.
Then you have a +4 at level 1 to your deception.
Okay, so with the way that it labels it when I was hovering over it, is it labels your expertise as a mod, not as a proficiency. It's weird. That's a weird way
Yes,
of doing it. I thought
is.
you had +5 in charisma, and I was very scared and confused.
Well, I wish I did.
Confused
I
screaming.
could have had higher. But I decided not to.
Okay, so did we get all the character sheet stuff figured out yet, or are we still working on it?
I think we're mostly sorted.
I've had mine figured out, but because
We're
Figure
good
out mine
enough.
later.
We're good enough.
Do you have all your proficiencies and stuff figured out,
Yes.
Rosetta?
I think so.
Okay.
I
So,
don't actually. Let me just double check on the character sheet, but I definitely do have it like written down.
yeah, on the character sheet it looks fine, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
everything looks pretty much right. Man,
Need to-
flying.
There's a few things on the Roll20 that I gotta fix up, but other
Yeah.
than that, I'll just base it off my character sheet that
Yeah,
I
that's-
have written down.
sounds good.
Oh, one more thing. The Reddit posted RP heavy campaign, so I'm definitely going to roleplay heavy,
Well, I'm sorry.
yes, from my favorite game.
right?
Oh, like, like the guy from Team Fortress.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm down.
Babies! You are babies! And my team is babies! I'm ready to
Well,
go.
I didn't mean I'm going to roleplay heavy. I didn't make that joke. I don't play TF2. I meant I am going to actually like roleplay quite a bit. I'm not going to try to like hog the spotlight or anything. I'm a DM, I know better, but I have been wanting to get into a bit of a roleplay campaign, so.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Getting into a roleplay campaign just so I can learn how to roleplay a bit better. Because I am honestly new to this game, so.
That's how baby birds learn to fly.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, I need to find a track first. I saw a track earlier that I wanted to do this to.
Just throw me in the river and I'll learn how to swim.
Teach a man to swim, he will swim.
We hope.
Sun Tzu said that.
Did
Oh,
he?
really?
So
That's fun.
This is
In the old-fashioned way. My father uh, tied me up and bagged me and threw me into the ocean. I had to learn how to get out and swim on my own.
Isn't that how the Elder Scrolls learned how to use alchemy?
Maybe.
so God. Not that it matters, but I have a helicopter flying above outside our apartment. So
That's
apparently
okay.
they're
Blow 'em
searching
the
for
door.
someone. I don't know who, but they are.
Tell 'em the
And
door flip.
yeah.
All right.
In my
just to-
neighborhood, you might hear a lot of sirens and like cop vehicles and
Oh yeah.
ambulances.
Every
and stuff
now
like
and
that.
then,
Just warning you.
you might hear a truck or like a tractor trailer, or like a train go by. I live right next to like a major highway, so you
Yeah,
shouldn't hear too much because of the noise gate on my microphone. But people on the recording are gonna have a fun time.
We occasionally get a rumor by our place.
Yeah.
It's in New York Highway Road, so it's a country highway, so it doesn't usually get that many people.
Just to check, can you guys hear this?
Whoa, yeah, wow.
It's Clash of Kings by Tabletop Audio.
Okay, just to
I
check.
think. Wait,
All right.
I might have to turn it up.
Make sure, because I've decided to go whole hog with this music stuff. We're going.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it. It just took a little bit to start up.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear it. How do I?
Turn mine down a little bit. Just
Yeah,
so
how do I
that-
turn mine down?
You just have to open up your volume mixer and turn down the browser itself. That's how I do it.
Okay.
I mean,
Go to
That's too fancy.
I mean, I can just like do this. Does it help?
You-
Oh wait, no,
you
it doesn't
can lower
actually.
it. You can also go to settings and go to the master
Hit
music
master music volume, and you can change that. Yeah.
We're gonna too many
Settings.
people talking. What settings?
Settings, master
Uh-huh.
music volume.
Aha! I see it now. There we go.
So feel free to turn it up all the way, DM, and those who think it's too loud can turn it down according to their own.
All right, I'm gonna leave it basically where it was. A little bit quieter.
My players get smited if they dare complain about music volume. They have all the tools they need.
All right. Here we go.
Oof.
The camera pans up. You see clouds above you, along with a sparkling marble palace. In the circle, in the middle, there's a blue, opalescent almost, shining lake. Around it, a pantheon, maybe of Roman design. The camera goes down one of the pathways. Slowly, and then very quickly, it zooms in to a man. This man, he has jet black hair, and he's middle-aged. He's of average build, and he's sitting on a glorious marble throne. You can see that his eyes are a piercing white light. This is Emir the Cruel. Some call him Emir the Kind. Face above the essence. The camera pans to the other side of the pantheon, and you see all the gods, all the known ones, that is. One with green eyes and a hood, a young woman with blue eyes and brown hair, a white-haired, bearded old man with purple eyes, and a bunch of other indistinguishable, innumerable faces. The camera cuts. The camera comes back on, looking down at a small town. This is the town of Omkursk. You can see minor outlying farms and small windmills and, fields of wheat and barley, some herds of sheep and cows in the distance, and a couple of maybe not so familiar animals. We're now on the road heading into Omkursk. You proceed down the road, only to open the door into a tavern. The name on the side says the Grey Lantern Pub. You see our adventurers. You see Reva. Describe your character.
Okay, so I'm not sure like where she is in the tavern, but or the pub. Maybe like kind of like at the back, just sitting by herself. So she kind of like has like this like plain dress with a hood. Like on her back are these two feathered black wings. Her arms are exposed with these like intricate looking tattoos on them. Uh, if you were to get a look at her face, her eyes are pure black, no pupils, just kind of staring off in the distance. Her expression neutral, not very. Like, she's not very expressive, just stoic. But other than that, she's just kind of just sitting there. That's that's Reva.
The camera pans away. And then, next to Reva, is Lucen. Lucen,
So-
describe your character.
Lucian is just your average looking human. His skin is just a little bit darker. Got kind of black hair. It just goes kind of like up. It's generally short, but I guess he kind of styles it in the morning to go up. He's wearing very, very, very basic clothes. Just whatever kind of beige, brownish looking clothes, but I mean, he does have leather armor to go along with that. And other than that, nothing too distinguishable. His actual facial structure and like body symmetry is generally a bit more tone and symmetrical. But yeah, other than that, nothing too crazy distinguishable.
Revan, you look around the table. Or, not Revan. Reva, you're looking around the table. Who do you look at next?
So I think, so to record just for pronunciation's sake, her name is pronounced Reva, but
Reva. Sorry.
it's all good. Let's see.
You guys are all sitting around a table in the middle of the tavern. Off to your right is the owner of the tavern. You haven't met her face to face yet, but she's there for you if you need her. You guys just came back from a expedition for the Church of Remembrance. You were on a archaeological dig of sorts. You went into a cave, you fought some shadow-like creatures. Not really anything you haven't seen before in expeditions past, but definitely a little stronger than usual. You might even say that they were leeching off of something. You didn't quite go too far into this excavation area, but Rosetta, you definitely knew that there was something more to be had here. You are now in the tavern, on your way back to Calm to report your findings. And if I could just have like everyone just list off their character descriptions, that way, everyone else knows who or what they are, so your mind's correct in the place that it is.
Who would like to go next?
You.
Oh, is it me?
Yeah.
All right. Theta is sort of sitting back in their chair, twirling a coin between their fingers, keeping this air of mystery and aloofness, yet not but 5 feet away from Reva, right? Reva. Not but 5 feet away from their dear friend Reva. It's very clear that the puddle isn't much compared to the ocean. Their mystique is about as skin deep as it gets, with their pale white mask glistening a rather smug look.
Okay, and let's have Rosetta go next. I think that would be interesting.
So, I guess if we're all in the same group, Rosetta is, of course, just a halfling little girl, just about probably half the size, if not smaller than everyone else, or smaller than that to everyone else. She has red layered hair that is, I don't know, kind of bright and a little bit distinguishable. Her, but not as bright as her bright green eyes that are hidden behind a pair of very round glasses that have a thin chain, so that if she wanted to, she can rest her glasses around her neckline as if it were a necklace. She wears just basic leather armor over top of like a white blouse and just basic brown pants. She wears a coat that's almost like shows that she's a bit so sophisticated and a bit more adventurous. That is also a dark green that layers over top.
Okay.
And yeah, she's just sitting there, probably going over her own notes, and also occasionally looking up and looking at adventurers that seem pretty interesting, that might have interesting backgrounds, who she might want to talk to, but is controlling herself in this moment.
I would just like to say real quick, DM, first time I met everybody in this group, I would have in my notebook written down their looks, their height, what their weight might look like, and the clothes that they're wearing, and just kept track of it for myself.
Okay. So when the camera panned to, I'm sorry, oh my gosh, Riva, right?
Rava.
Rava.
Think of it
So
like a ray of sun.
Rava. Okay, sorry, that is the last time I fucked that up. I'm so sorry. Right.
Okay.
So, when the camera first panned to Rava, you could tell that she was right in the middle of saying something. What was she saying?
Actually, not really saying much, but rather she herself is just kind of writing down on this kind of like it's sort of like a book of sorts. From at least from whence you have traveled around with her, she hasn't really ever spoken at all. She's always written something down in a book before showing it to any one of you. But otherwise, I think she's just kind of minding her own business. I don't think she was really saying anything.
Okay. So, would you describe your place in the group as sort of like a backseat leader, like you give the group direction? Because you're technically the highest in the church, right?
Yeah.
And that is what we are focusing on at the moment. Is everyone in this party is in some way, either small or very large, under the employ of the Church of Remembrance.
I believe.
Right.
I
So,
think Theta would be the first to break the silence.
okay, go ahead.
Well, silence remains, but of course anybody at this table can hear very loudly the voice of Theta as he chimes in. Might I be the first to come in and complain about that last expedition? We got down there and in the dirt, it's so what? But it appears that our information was lacking. We got our asses handed to us, I believe, at some points. Correct? Anybody else here having a sore ass? What about you, Lucian? Your ass is looking sore from where I'm sitting.
Well, yeah. I mean, we pulled out, right? So, what more can we do? We can find information. It would be interesting to know why, but yeah.
Oh, yes, a good why. But I'm sure the church, with all their knowledge, is very well aware of the why we have just been left in the dark.
You think
Um,
so?
and
I know so.
so by this point, well, again, Reva doesn't speak, but if you can imagine like how she writes, like compared to her voice tone, she is kind of like really written in the little book she has before just kind of like slamming it down onto the table. Um, it just says, "You are all fools."
Do you have some
Well,
information we don't?
well, of course. Reva, inform us. Let us on in. Open the doors wide open. The
Okay.
fuck is your deal?
Let me interject. So you don't have the background for this, so that's the only reason I'm interjecting. Reva knows that what they found. So what they found was Rosetta. When you got there, you saw a key. Not a key, a keyway of sorts in the, like, what do you call it? Like underneath of an archway at the very end of a very long corridor, almost 50 feet, way deep underground, nearly 70 feet, maybe 100. For all you know, the stairs seemed like they went on forever. But you know of the thing that was over top of it. You're just not quite sure of the significance of it. It looked like the way you would depict a face. Normally, when a crypt or something of that like is depicted as of import to a singular face, you have a undyingly bright magical cantrip cast on each one of the eyes above the face. But in this one, they were gray, like the gray of stone. You took a imprint of the key, and that's the artifact that you retrieved. Reva, you know that to get this is the very first step of a very long process that the church has been trying to do. That's it.
Okay. I imagine that she would have, like, she wouldn't have communicated that fully, but she would have kind of simplified it down for everyone so they could understand it in her own terms.
Yeah.
So we all went on this expedition together,
Yeah.
and we all saw this.
You all saw this, but I would have you make perception or arcana checks based on what you found. So if you want, you can roll arcana, all of you. That way, if I'm gonna say Reva knows what it is already.
Arcana and not perception.
I think this is more of either a history or religion.
I'll make
Sure.
a religion check on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
History.
so Theta knows that it's kind of weird that these eyes weren't glowing, but really nothing else. Lucian, right?
Yeah.
Lucian knows that this is a face you've never seen before.
You God.
You know the faces, like all of them. And you know
Yeah.
that face specifically, with those features, it has never been shown to you in the entirety of your life.
And this was in a
This was
crypt
in-
that we were discovering.
Yeah, this was in a crypt of what could only be described as a colossal crypt. It is. There are nearly, if you had to, I'd say roll a D1000 for how many people are in this crypt. Every single dead body you found was adorned with armor. Every single bit of it was either silver or gold. What?
Would I perchance have a unique insight on this because of my my man on the inside?
Let me read the description of that. 1 second.
Just I do a nudge towards my patron.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, let me try to find it here.
What was his name? He was corruption, right?
Patron of corruption, is it? Oh, right, yeah. Kind of forgot about that, I'm sorry. Yeah, you would definitely know. You would definitely know that this is a negatively connotated face.
Ah, okay.
Meaning, okay, so I don't know if this was described eloquently over text, but... Wait, sorry. Oh, you're just noting. Okay. Basically, everyone knows this. The faces of knowledge Oeus, and the face of. No, he's not the face. I'm sorry.
Face of knowledge is Memra.
The face of knowledge, Mamera, and the
Mamera.
face of order, Oeus, are definitely more positive than most. Sort of like, if you would have a deck of cards and you would say a king and a queen, but not necessarily more important than the others. Emir and Zotal, chaos and oblivescence, are definitely negatively connotated, sort of like how you would say death is negative but necessary, and chaos is negative but necessary. Not a bad thing, but a differently good thing.
This face was not any of the four.
This face was unrecognizable to you. You've never seen it before, and you don't really know. You don't know who it is, but you know that it's either related in some way to Zotal and Emir, but you don't know the name, and you don't know the origin either.
With my researcher sage background, would I know
You would probably
where
know that
I could find the information?
Oh.
That,
Can you post that in chat? Do you have that as like a description? Because I don't think I saw that on your character sheet. I could look at it.
It's very hard to see. It's the second sheet.
Choose a background. I'll do that after.
Your background is sage, right?
Yeah, with the researcher specialty.
I think I can post that up in the thing real quick for simplicity.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah,
honestly.
It's easier to get the connotation of the words. When you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore you do not know or information, you often know where and from whom you can obtain it. You know that this information would probably be related to the Church of Remembrance.
Wait, I'm a little bit confused. There's the Cult of Remembrance, right?
The cult and the church are the same thing.
The cult and the church are the same thing.
It's sort of like how people call the Church of Latter-day Saints Mormons.
Oh, I see. So we consider it a church, everyone else considers it a cult, kind of.
Everyone else who's not a native of Calm refers to it as the Cult of Remembrance.
Okay.
Okay, so do you understand, Rosetta? Like, you know that it's of lineage or related to the Church of Remembrance. All right, Reva, we were at the table. You were about to say what you knew about something.
Yeah. Knowing that all of her compatriots here aren't as well versed as with the church as she is, she kind of simplified it down to so in writing she would simplify it down to what you had told me.
Okay.
So sorry, I don't want to roleplay if it's something that you've just described, and I can already hear it.
Yeah, that's fair. And so, how do you respond, Theta?
Could you repeat? Sorry, I blanked for a half a second. Could you repeat that for me, please?
So you asked her, "You must know more about this," and so she says everything that I just explained. Basically, that we were on a mission to basically discover information about a thing.
Well, we've discovered information about a thing. I agree. How could I not agree with that? But what we've discovered is, what is that? An old god? Maybe a new god? Maybe somewhere in between? Who knows? We don't. Do you? Does anybody? When are they going to tell us something useful?
Well, again, in writing, she says, or she writes, I'm almost certain that is what we've been sent out to find. If you would stop being so impatient, things like these don't just fall out of the sky, out of thin air.
My apologies. I will do my best to be on my, and they lift their fingers up into air quotes, best behavior. I'm just a little cranky because of my raw ass.
I think the real question is, how do we find out more? What's the next move?
Hmm.
Very good question. It would seem that we were sent on this mission by the Church of Remembrance, right? But it seems that the information that we need could possibly be received by the Church of Remembrance themselves.
So we just relay back the information we found out.
That is
Oh.
that is what I was going to recommend, that we report back.
Hmm. Well, if we're going to go back, I would like one more drink. And then they open their little coin purse and they're like, oh, well, we have to get there as soon as possible, of course. No more drinking.
Oh yeah, question. Do we start with any gold at all?
Um, did you pick equipment or did you roll for your gold?
I picked the equipment, like the starter equipment. I didn't see the gold part yet. I didn't get to.
Oh, I'd say what is a normal gold amount? I forget. I haven't
I
made
don't
a
know,
character in a
10
while.
gold.
Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
10 gold, and then you it's usually like a class feature,
my
Here.
Oh,
background
yeah,
gave me,
my class feature gave me 10 gold.
yeah,
it's
my
it's
background gave
it's
me no
something that,
gold.
yeah, it's something that comes from your background, whether you have like a little starting pouch of gold. But if you were to, but the thing with
Oh
starting equipment, you don't keep any leftover gold from choosing starting equipment.
no, I just went with the regular starting equipment, and then I haven't chose a background, so that would be why I didn't get gold from it. But I'll just not spend any yet, and I'll find one. Anyway, continue.
Sure. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm not really. I'm not really giving you a direction here. It's your own world.
Are we all in agreement that we should go back and relay this information to the Church of Remembrance?
Absolutely.
I'll certainly wouldn't think of anything else to do. And with that, kind of not really like really minding the any a lot of you. She kind of just uh, like if you imagine someone like trying to like hurry up to get something done, she kind of like just like slams her hand on the table and or hands on the table and just kind of quickly gets up and starts walking out.
So you guys just walk out without paying your tab?
Sorry, what?
You guys just walk out without paying?
I mean, Reva didn't have a drink.
I
As
mean,
far as I know, I have no gold, so I would have held it back.
okay. Yeah, go ahead. So you guys didn't have any drinks. You just came in there to sit down and gather your thoughts. Okay.
I
All right.
assume Fate has already spent their gold.
So, you know that Calm is about a 3 days ride from here, or walk. Sorry, you guys don't really have horses yet. Most of your travel right now, since you're not really a church patron, is by foot. So, do you guys make your way to Calm?
Yeah, how do you spell that, by the way?
Kaln.
A A.
No, K.
Oh.
Like K is in
Oh,
Kurt.
okay.
Or,
And how do
Yeah.
you spell the town that we're in right now?
so I have a really cool utility for this, by the way. One sec. I'll get you guys a link. I made a map for this place, by the way.
Hell yeah, I love maps.
I'm surprised you guys haven't seen this yet, actually.
Well, that, yeah.
Yeah, if you click that link,
Okay, I see.
yeah, you're in Omkursk currently. It is a small town, 500 to 700 people, mostly stopping point between Elmheim and Calm in the north.
Okay.
Okay, so the way from Omkursk to Calm is mostly river travel. There's like a small path beside the river. Wildlife is fairly plentiful, so if you have Outlander, you just have to roll a DC 12 survival check 3 times.
What do you have, Outlander?
Yeah, does anyone want to volunteer? I'll allow someone to give them help.
I can give help. I spent a lot of time in the woods, but by choice. By choice.
I mean, I could just roll. I can just roll survival. I don't have the outlander background, but just survival check.
Sure. So, does someone want to Did someone want to help her?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so just roll a
Yeah.
roll a d20 with your proficiency, I guess.
Okay.
Is that how help action works, or do you not get your
think I
proficiency?
When you help, they just get advantage.
Yes, that's why I rolled advantage. So 22.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Do that 2 more times.
Okay.
Just remember, red and blue, good for you. Black and yellow, kill a fellow.
Mm. Okay.
Those are words to live by.
All
Well,
right.
if
So,
you're living, eating berries.
so one of those days, at the very end, you get really hungry, but I mean the city's basically the next stop. So you guys just push on, or do you spend a little bit of extra time looking for food or something, or does someone have a good berry or something crazy?
After hearing about this rule, I would definitely like to, even just as we're walking and not actively, but look for anything red or yellow, like berries or mushrooms.
I think that's what the helping action would be for.
Yeah, I think that
Foraging
would
along
help.
the way.
Yeah. I got rations.
I was just gonna try to find something and give
Can
it
you-
to somebody at one point.
Are you gonna try and kill somebody?
Reva, can you roll a perception check, please?
Yes, I can.
My survival advice is for surviving.
Okay.
That's. I mean, I don't think it's matter, but my passive is higher. But regardless.
Yeah, your passive's higher than that, so I mean, you wouldn't really notice what I was gonna say, but okay.
Right.
So you were one day out, and then you ride into the city of Calm. You see the music stopped. I just realized.
Oh, do you have it open?
Yeah, you have to press the little arrow with circular arrow button, and that'll loop the music.
Hell yeah. Is this Barovian Castle?
Yeah.
It's Barovian Castle.
Barovian Castle's one of those ones I like to
All
see.
right. All right. So I can't hear it because I muted the tab. That's why.
Don't worry, I got this Barovian beauty.
Okay, bud. You ride up, or you walk up on a very old, very imposing set of walls surrounding the main city, The walls are made of cobblestone and go up to about 40 feet tall. Every 10 feet or so, there's a dark, pillar of a wood that you haven't seen before. You know that all of the wood in this area is much brighter than this. As you go through the main gate, you see the face of Oeus. As you go further into the town, you notice that the buildings are closely packed, and a lot of them on the outer edges of the city look worn or out of date. Of a Gothic style design on the inner cities. In the very center of the city, there's I would say colossal bronze pillar. It goes up nearly 50 feet. On the eye level, you can't really make it out anymore because so many people have rubbed their hands on it, but it's one of those, you know how in parks you get bronze statues that get the shine on some parts and the dull on others.
Yeah.
You notice that the face of Mamera and Oeus both have that, and then on the other side, there are only 3 faces on this pillar. You have Zotal, and he is very dull, and no one seems to want to touch him. In the center of the square, on the left side, next to the face of Oeus, is the Church of Remembrance. On the right side is the Grand Library, next to the face of Ziltal. And on the opposite side of that is the Crimson Camp. Well, they call it the Crimson Camp, but it's really just a guard barracks. The Crimson Company has came into the town and is currently staying there.
It looks like the militia has rolled in. What is the new capital nowadays? They call this the old capital, so what's the new capital?
Elnheim?
Oh, no. I don't think I've been there.
Nothing much to see, really.
Oh, compared to this, I imagine it's less depressing to live around. Oh, those walls are big.
It's well, despite the large walls, we should probably make our way in.
Post these.
So you go into the church or the library?
Well, I know Reva is headed to the church to
Okay.
deliver the bed.
Does everyone else follow?
Yeah, if
Yep.
it's the church that we planned on speaking to, I think we should go to the church.
Yep.
Okay. Now, I don't know if I've noticed, or I've noted this, but the church is by far the tallest building in Calm. It has to be at least 7 stories tall, and you'd say probably about 10 feet per floor. It's styled in that of a Elizabethan, maybe even Gothic church. You can see the bell tower with a great giant silver and black bell on the very top. As you walk
Is it a
in...
bit like-
What? Sorry?
Is it a bit like Notre Dame?
The front isn't as adorned as Notre Dame, but it is definitely that style, yeah. As you walk in... Oh, but I hear a roll. Is everything okay?
Yep.
Oh,
It's just,
Yeah.
it's just a reminder for roll.
okay. Sorry, I was freaking out. I wasn't looking at the...
It's all good.
Okay. As you walk in, who would have been the last person to see the main entrance of the church?
See it?
Yeah, to see
Like,
and be inside of the main building.
possibly me. Very possibly.
Okay, so you were like the last person to leave.
To leave the main building, yeah.
Alright. You notice that it looks a lot dirtier than normal. That's about it.
Okay.
Maybe not as polished. We're in a time where everything is very well kept in this church, but as of late it hasn't been.
Okay.
So in this grand entrance, you can see on the second floor there's a bit of a balcony. You can see a page of some sort. He announces your presence. He goes, "The adventurers have returned."
But,
I'll just say to myself, that's us. I'll keep walking.
keep up the good work.
High Priestess Reva has returned once at last. Please make your way to the Grand Cathedral.
I haven't said his name again.
And as I said, she does. So is it like a separate room, or is this just?
Yeah, this is just the entrance area. This is what you would
Okay.
call like a day room. Basically a bunch of
Right.
like stone benches around with polished marble
Like
floors.
where services are held.
Yeah. The
Right,
Grand
okay, so-
Cathedral is a bit further back. You know that who you're looking for is a man by the name of Diviner Saurus. He has a private office next to the Grand Cathedral, like splitting off from that.
Right. Okay. So she would. She would certainly go up to.
So you climb the
So,
steps and go on the second floor, and
Yeah.
there are about 5 sets of doors, all like 10 feet tall. You've noticed lately, as you climb the steps, that it's a lot darker than you remember. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but maybe the magic that lit this place is not as strong as it once was. You open the door, and you are immediately granted the light of hundreds and hundreds of stained glass windows, vaulted ceilings as tall as you can imagine, nearly 150 feet tall, I'd say. And then you slowly walk, unless anyone has anything to say,
Nope.
you slowly walk to Diviner Saurus's office.
So Reva would go up to Diviner Saurus and
You open the door, and
yeah.
you see a man with jet black hair facing out a window to the south side, looking over the city, with a glass in his hand.
Yep. So she'll walk up to him, and it was an artifact that we got, right? Or was it just?
He would have called it an artifact. I think he didn't really know what he was looking for.
Okay, so but like the object that we have is like
It's
something
more of
that
a-
we can physically.
It's like
present to
a,
him.
it's like a bas relief.
Wait,
You know,
what?
you know how if you put a piece of paper and then you use like the tip of a pencil and you shade over something, it shows you the outline of something.
Okay.
Yes.
It's that. That's what Rosetta got.
Okay. Yeah. So she'll present that to Saurus here. First, she kind of just like not like she kind of like just it's not like a bow, but she kind of like nods her head before allowing the others to take a step up if they wish.
Yeah. I'll step up, so I'm like kind of standing with her.
So
I'll-
Theta and Reva are beside each other, right? Or no, that's Lucian, right?
Yes.
Lucian.
Ada is hanging just a little bit back.
So Lucian and Reva are beside each other, and
Rosetta's kind of on the other side of Reva.
okay, so you three are
just-
basically standing in front of him, like in front of his desk. Where are you at in the room?
Practically. I
Okay.
believe so.
So
I
basically
might
just
be like
waiting
a
for him to
step
turn around.
behind, but not quite in line with them.
Okay. Do any of you say anything?
Well, Reva
Does he
doesn't
notice
say.
us?
He makes a gesture of realizing that you came in the room, like basically giving you the like a half turn, but then turning back outside of the window.
Okay. And Reva does not speak because she can't or whatever.
Yeah, she writes down something in her book again, kind of just audibly kind of like puts it down on the table so that Saurus here can actually read what she has to say. Which what it actually says is we've brought back what you requested from the crypt,
Okay.
or the artifact rather.
And I guess just to get his attention so he turns back towards us, I'll say, we found something. And he can read.
Can you roll a insight check?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I can. 16.
You can tell that he was expecting this. He turns around and he looks at the table, and on the book you have the book, and the book says, sorry, Reva, what does the book say again?
So it says that we brought back, or we have brought back the artifact. We have brought the artifact you requested from the crypt.
Ah, the artifact. I'm surprised you call it that still after seeing what I requested of you. Rosetta, did you recognize it?
I believe so. I have a lot of questions about what this imprint exactly quite is. But
Ah, all questions shall be answered in time. Does anyone have any complaints?
Theta slowly raises their hand.
Yeah,
Make
I
an
like
insight
slowly
check.
look over to Theta.
Sorry.
Uh,
Theta can make an insight check. Okay, Lucian, you realize that this is not an actual question. You're supposed to say no. But, Theta, he says,
Well,
disappointing. No, sorry.
would-
Go ahead. Speak. I'm sorry. I should have.
well, I think it's pertinent for when you send adventuring parties out that they have all relevant information for the sake of safety, primarily.
I
Is there
assure you, the
anybody
church.
in this city who has seen this face before?
I'm not sure
Anybody-
what. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so while we went to go retrieve this imprint that you requested, there seemed to be some sort of important depiction by it of some sort of face that is unknown to us. And that was going to be one of our later questions, was if it is known to you or anyone from the church what quite this depiction means or what it is.
I believe there are some who know, but I do not think that such questions become you, my dear Rosetta. Perhaps a moment in private, Reva.
In her book, she writes, "Of course."
And then he motions for the rest of you to leave the room.
Sure, we'll go. Yeah, I'll go.
Disappointingly, or kind of not disappointingly, we'll go out the room.
So you're
Just disappointed
you
that I
show.
couldn't ask more questions.
Okay.
I showed that I was eager to show more questions, but
Okay.
understand.
So you're an eager young archaeologist. All right, got it.
But I understand my where I need to step
Yeah.
in place. So
All right. He looks at you and gives you like a knowing gesture, and then he motions to a seat. Reva, do you sit?
Yeah, Reva would sit.
Okay. He walks over to a table with a decanter and pours you a reddish liquid. He sits it in front of you and he says, Reva, my darling Reva, I've known you for so long, but I've never known you to ask such questions.
So she writes, frankly, I didn't have much question as my devotion is unending. It was those who accompanied me that had each their own in terms of questions.
I understand. And he turns back and looks out the window. Have you seen the new editions? And he looks at you. And do you nod or do you like make any quick gestures?
No, she kind of she doesn't say anything before she kind of just like doesn't she shakes her head no, but before it's kind of like a confusion as to what he means by new additions.
Okay. So when you like make the negative show of emotion, he goes over to the window and he points at it. He's like, "The Crimson Company, I'm sure you've noticed. Maybe not in such vague language. The Crimson Company has moved into the town, I'm sure."
She nods, and that she said as kind of like gesture to that. Yes, she has noticed that for them.
No good will come of it, I assure you. But I did learn something. A courier, one of my spies, says that the Auric Association has broken all ties with them. You know what the Auric Association is, right? So,
Quick
in
reminder.
Elnheim, there is a very extremely large military mercenary group, basically an army for hire, called the Auric Association. They are currently under the employ, as far as everyone knows, of the High Church of Faces. And the last thing he said was, The Auric Association has broken all ties, I'm sure you're aware.
She kind of like has like this neutral expression, kind of thinking on what he said.
Okay. This means great things for us, Reva, I promise. Oh, such great things. Do you know how big the Crimson Company actually is? Because I don't think anyone does. It's wonderful. If only we had the coin. But anyway, to the matter at hand. And he goes and he retrieves. I assume Rosetta left the the imprint on the table, right?
Yes.
He looks at the imprint and he holds it up to the light of the window, and you can see an almost dour, like, kind of happy, sort of sad. You can roll insight. Right. You've known him a very long time, like almost since you were born. But I guess you came to the church when you were, what, 10? So, yeah, roll advantage.
Okay.
$24. Okay, so you know this look to mean there's something in that statement that means that he is happy, and something in that statement that means that he is very grievously sad. When he looks at that is when he looks at this relief. Do you say anything?
She doesn't.
Okay.
Oh yeah, expression to a neutral. She doesn't write anything down.
Okay. Now, after all that unpleasantness, we are two people of equal respect. Wouldn't you say so?
Writing down, I'd imagine, or at least I'd hope.
There's something I think you have earned the right to see. Come with me, please.
With
Yep, go ahead.
with a respectfulness, she will rise from her seats.
Alrighty. He takes you out a private door, and he takes you to the seat of the cathedrals, it's like a staircase leading up to beside the altar. So it's like a balcony of sorts. If it was like a theater, it would be one of the box seats. He takes you out and he says, "Do you see what we believe in? Why we believe in it?"
She nods.
Then you must understand this next step. Sometimes there are things in this world that no one really deserves the right to do or to release. You have been a devoted servant to our Lord, Emir. The face and he trails off, kind of sad and, downtrodden. And he looks to the light of the window, and he, looks specifically at one window, and then he looks back at you, and he says, "I'm not sure you're ready to see what you're about to see, but I certainly hope that you are." And he walks back down the steps into his office, and he walks out the office, and he meets all of you, and...
Wait, can I do something while they were in the office after we walked out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
what were you all doing while they were having this conversation? It took about, I'd say, 4 or 5 minutes.
Is there anybody out here around us, within earshot?
There's a prior, sweeping...
it wouldn't particularly matter because Data can talk to you without anybody else hearing.
Yeah.
Does that allow
guess...
other people to talk out loud, too? Or,
no, they
other
can't
people
communicate to you through your mind, but anything Theta says to somebody, he can localize. And
I'll say, if you keep your voices, relatively low, not even whispering, no one will hear you. That you know of.
After we walk out, I will say relatively low. I'll say, so, do we trust Reva?
Oh, you're serious?
I
Well,
mean, of course. Like, she's a higher position, and I don't mean to question, but at the same time, I guess I'm just curious.
well, if we are of a disposition to have reservations, Rosetta, did you make any copies of that relief? I think it'd be best if we each had one.
Very valid question. I believe, sorry.
If
Are
I
you
warn
allowed
you,
to
I warn
decide
you
right now?
because I warn you this. I will let you decide, but you will have had to made a retroactive deception check when you handed him the paper. That's all I can say. And it would be
Uh,
like a matched DC thing.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think how the actual process of making that imprint is.
But you would just do it multiple
Is
times
to-
over.
Yeah,
You
you
would
just
also
have
make
2
it-
sheets of paper instead of 1, if you thought it was any significance. I'll
So
allow it. I'm not even
then-
gonna make you roll like a, counterfeit or whatever the hell. Just say
Yeah.
I'll say you have it, but you have to roll a deception
I-
check if you do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
isn't it common practice to make multiple reliefs?
Yeah.
anyways?
I indeed have one other copy to go with my notes,
All right.
but I do not have multiple copies to give one to each.
I'm curious. This is a copy of what the artifact looked like, because it was
The
kind of like an
keyhole.
etching.
I called it an
Yeah.
artifact because that's what the church, when they gave you this mission, gave you the mission to go and retrieve an artifact. And when you got there, Reva pointed at the lock and said, and like would have said to make an inscription of this.
And we're just asking whether or not we made multiple inscriptions. Okay, I follow him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
do you
sum
want
it
to
up.
make a
Yes,
deception
I
check?
have
If you've made one
deception.
yourself, you have to make a deception at the time of giving it to him in the room.
Right. Yeah. This is retroactive, of course, because we didn't really discuss that. 12. This guy has a +3, so
So he knows she made a copy.
fuck. All right. He knows, but like not. He knows you're being shaky, but I think he describes it to himself as just being an eager adventurer and being very nervous beside a very powerful individual. So, continue.
Yeah, I'm just fidgeting just a little bit because I had more questions. But not really scared, but it is in my interest to make an extra copy for my personal notes for my studies.
If
Yeah.
only we had more, but no matter.
I'm sure we can somehow copy that one, make extra copies if we need. Just to let you know, though, we might not want to. Did Rava know that we made multiple copies?
She would have to.
She would have known, I think.
Okay. Never mind then. Continue.
I merely, well, maybe for you guys. I have no fears of my usefulness running out, but, well, I like you guys. I would never want that to happen to you.
Sure, we can all get along pretty well. We've done what we've done together so far, and as of yet, no problems. Last time was a little shaky, but well, they're talking right now, so it must be something useful. I'm sure we'll be fine.
I
I'm
rub up a little
sure
bit of
that you're
dirt
having-
and like my scratches.
I'm sure the conversation is enlightening. They say
Hello?
a lot of
Hello?
hello.
It's me,
Hello?
Circle.
Hello.
Hello?
This is perfect because we really haven't gotten anything yet, so this is excellent. All right, go ahead. So the last thing, I'll just catch you up real quick, Turtle. We are currently in the Grand Cathedral of Calm. We are speaking to Diviner Saris in the Grand Cathedral of the Church of Remembrance in Calm. you haven't really missed much other than they were returning a... No, actually, you wouldn't know this. They had just come back from a task for the Church of Remembrance. Okay, so the last thing that was happening was Theta was having a conversation.
Big question. How do I fit in and enter with the party?
You wouldn't know that they were there. You would probably... I'll let you know when your character ties into this.
Okay.
I promise. I won't let you out for as long as I can. You know, I'll get you in as soon as possible. As soon as it's natural. Theta was having a conversation with Lucian.
I don't have anything to add. I don't know if he does either.
So you were just remarking on the general... Yeah, okay.
How everyone
awkward
feels
vibe.
about everyone else, yeah. Yeah.
So you
Rosetta,
don't...
Yes?
It might be of concern, your extra copy.
Hmm.
For your safety,
Well-
that is. The church doesn't exactly like questions, and you've already proven yourself to be quite amicable to them. Perhaps, and this is merely a suggestion for now, how about we do away with that extra copy? Perhaps it will curry favor?
If you think we should destroy it,
I possibly don't agree with that.
I'm just a little bit disappointed. I haven't yet been able to make much notes on such imprint before destroying.
Maybe just Rava saw it. She must have. So unless she tells Saris right now, then what can we do? As long as we don't show anybody, and as long as they don't already punish us, I imagine we'll be fine. Just
Well-
keep it close to you.
Well, Rosetta, if you ever choose to obliterate such things, I have magical means to do away with such documentations.
If that's the case, I will try to keep it on the down low for now. But if they question it, then maybe I'll just happily oblige and destroy it in their sights if they question it.
Sure, if it comes to that.
But they must know, as a eager archaeologist, I make notes of my own as I learn about this world that we're in.
Of course.
They just might be a little skeptical of something important, it seems. At least we all got to see it.
True enough.
Well, let's see what happens, I guess. So, go with the flow.
I got nothing else to add.
Cool.
Yep.
Alright, so Rava, you and Saris come out of the study. And Diviner Rava's... Or, if only. Diviner Saris says, "If you would please follow me. There is something you all must see."
Sure.
Okay, he
Maybe
walks.
I already fell in
He
love
he
with her.
walks out the side entrance of the church. It's like a secret, not secret, but like a staff entrance, basically. And he walks to the Great Library across the square. Can you make a perception check? Whoever's the best at that.
Not me.
Probably our age, alright?
Yeah, I think that would be Rava if she's there.
Is it a... Let me
I
check
do
if
believe
it's a
you're-
perception.
Fuck it up, Rava!
17.
Not good.
Okay. 2 seconds. I just need to look some stuff up. Alright. You see nothing. Maybe a little bit of crowd shuffle that you hadn't seen normally, but, you know, nothing to worry about. He walks you across the square, and you stand at the entrance of the Great Library of Calm. Does someone want to say something about the origins of this place?
Was there like war?
The origins of the Great Library?
Yes. Does someone? I don't know who it would be in character for, but I think it would be cool to get some backstory without me explaining it.
Oh, Rosetta, probably, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Just info dump.
Sorry, we're talking about which?
The Great Library of Palm.
Did you read any of the source material, or I can just explain it if that's.
Yeah,
okay.
I just got the basic stuff because
Okay.
a lot of these were
Can I?
inviting me to open
Do I
up
have
stuff.
permission to use your character's voice?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So as you guys are walking to the library, she says, "Oh, I remember this place. I did a lot of studying here when I came. It's really nice inside. You guys would love it." She just says that comment. And Diviner Saris just acts like she didn't say anything. They walk in, and you are greeted by a librarian. He is a young, brown-haired average person. He's wearing like a. You'd do best to think of it as like a monk's robes, like brown shabby material, not really anything to look at, just cloth to cover you with. He stands behind a Baroque cabinet, about 7 feet wide, just piled with papers. And he's just meticulously looking at them, marking off things. And Diviner Saris walks up to the main entrance of the Great Library, and he walks to the front desk, and he says, "Hello, Vidric. Could you please show me to the back room?" He's like, "Yes, sir. Right away, sir." And he walks to the back of the library through a... I will say that the library looks like arcanely accurate. If there was a architect here, you could see that the measurements and the specifications of this place they don't belong here. There's something about this place that isn't quite man-made. You walk down the hallways, and there's a staircase to your left and a hallway to your right. He goes to the right, and he goes to a locked door.
Just real quick, this is at the back of the library that we're going to this area?
He walked into the front of the library. Videric, the clerk of the library, said, "Yes, follow me." And he took a sideway. There's basically imagine a big rectangle. It looks a lot like the Parthenon, but with actual walls that stand. On the inside, it's basically concentric rectangles. There's a hallway all the way around the middle section, and it stretches 2 floors up. There's a second floor with a similar staircase, and it's also a concentric balcony area, and there's basically the library desks all around. He brings you to a locked door at the end of the hallway. It opens up for Videric's key, and you guys are escorted in to a chamber of sorts. Do you guys say anything when they try to push you through the door? Not physically, but they motion through the door.
I'll go along.
Okay. No one says anything. All right. So, in this cathedral of a room, it's very nice. Better than you would expect, but not as good as the outside. You could tell it was not something that was there before the library was built. It was an add-on afterwards. There is a cube. I would like one person to make a religion check.
I got +1, baby.
0. Wait, 2. 2. Anyone have a higher than 2? Or, you know what?
Check my religion. I think it's how to do it.
I would...
Study more history than I do religion.
It doesn't matter.
I mean-
Then just roll whatever. It's probably there's a very low chance that you know exactly what this is.
Can I attempt, or does somebody else already got it?
You go for it.
Go for it.
Darn.
It's a box. It's gold. Who knows?
Gold box.
Yeah,
What is this?
it's about it's like right in the center of the room. There are runes around this box.
What is this? A phylactery?
If you would have known what the arcane runes were, I would tell you more about it. You would think it's very weird, but it's not. So
Technically, any roll can be used with a different ability score.
yeah, it's really just about the connotation you use it in, and
Yeah.
I mean, I would allow argument. You know, who does anyone think that they would know what this thing is?
No.
Like character-wise?
Not.
All right.
No, if I haven't been to this part, probably not.
No, no one. You can tell that this room is barely touched.
Very strict.
Yeah, barely touched by anyone. There are runes of some sort of gold and silver powder on the ground. There's like a fineness to it. It looks a lot like sand, but it's sparkly. The runes are basically concentric circles with dots on the sides. There are 4 dots on either side.
I will say. Okay, no, you go ahead.
Yeah, Theta kind of chimes in quotation marks up into the mind of the diviner. Is this the heart of the church? Why am I doing that voice? That's Alame. Is this the heart of the church, the center where it was built upon?
So he hears this in his mind and no one else does?
Yeah, pretty much.
He looks at you as if you're making an intrusion. And he says, I would appreciate it if you didn't speak in my mind. But
They
the
motion
question
gently at the throat.
the question that you asked is this the heart of the Church of Remembrance? I can say neither yes or no, but it is very important to us.
It's very interesting to me. I haven't seen anything like it before.
Yes, I should think it should be.
May I ask what exactly it is, if you're willing to share?
Of course, I was hoping you would ask. So, there's a table in the very front of the room, like right beside the door. You can tell it's just like, it's a place to sit. It's a place to sit, right? And there are 6 chairs. As if as if he knew he would be having this conversation. You all sit down, and he looks down the table. It's like a long table, it's like a rectangle, and the edge of the table looks directly at the box. Ask away, my dear.
These are interesting runes that I've noticed on what you're showing. Is there exactly? Do you know exactly what it says, or is there any special meaning behind it?
You would have to ask the diviner. That is above my pay grade. I know that they're of a protective nature. Not to keep something in, but to keep something out.
Is it at all possible that something has been happening with this cube recently?
Recently, it depends on your scope of time.
Within the past at least year.
No, nothing of note.
Past millennia?
Of the past millennia, no.
I am very curious as to what this might.
Well, I should clarify. Not within this room in the last millennia, but maybe with the object in question.
Is this possibly the key?
A key to what?
I couldn't tell you, if I'm honest. I will have to say this before I warn you about what to do and what not to do. I must say that very little is known about this object. It's not necessarily an enigma to me, maybe to you, definitely. But I will say this: that it is an object of power, and that our forebears, he's talking, of course, of the previous Reformed Church of the Face. Our forebears wanted very much to control it. And so...
This is Staris talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Our forebears wanted very much to control it. I do not think it is meant to be controlled. I think it is the controller of sorts. Anyway, Reva, I think the time has come. And he says, with just a very heaviness to his voice, it's time. Touch the box.
I mean,
I adjust my glasses to see what's going on.
Yeah, so she doesn't question anything, so, or at least nothing about the church, so she'll touch
You're
the
allowed
box.
to balk at this. I think he expects it.
Yeah, I think Fade is gonna gently just like, reach out and put a hand over top of Reyes to stop him. How about you think about this one for maybe more than a moment?
She kind of just slaps your hand away. She doesn't really seem to care what you think.
Oh, pardon me. Damn church.
I'm going to pull out.
Get another blank stare.
What are you flirting with me?
And so
regardless.
you're really trying to balk at this, then.
I don't touch black cubes without good reason.
It's golden.
Oh fuck yeah, then I'll touch it.
Yeah, he's just referencing Reva to touch it, right?
Yeah, he's like, Reva, it is time, is what he says. With you can tell that this man has waited his entire life to say this.
That makes it all the more suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, unless anyone else is gonna try and stop Freva, which if anyone does, will be met with another stare.
It is your decision, but this is very interesting, and I really need to take notes.
But she actually kind of gives a bit of a more respectful nod to you, but then looking back to the rest of the group here,
Okay.
she goes to touch the box.
When you touch it, would you describe it, please? In what manner do you touch it? Like a eagerness or a,
It's not really necessarily an eagerness, but I mean, unless something is happening right away, she kind of it's kind of like a gentle stroke on the box, sort of like
so
to
you
say
just graze your hand along it, just slightly.
yeah.
Okay, make a con save with advantage.
Boy.
Actually, no, it wouldn't be con, it'd be wisdom. Yeah, make a whiz save with advantage.
11.
Ooh, what are you thinking of right now?
I mean,
Explain every thought that you've had since you've entered the room. That is how far this spell goes.
okay. So any thoughts she's had would actually honestly be related to the group, or at least, well, most of the group. Of the considerations, of whatever concerns that they may have had with with retrieving the thing, the artifact that we got.
Okay.
And
So
they're
you're calling to memory a lot of the last events of the previous weeks. So
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, could you next make a charisma saving throw?
Okay, so is this a normal one or advantage?
Just a normal one, I think. Okay, so neutral. What's your modifier on that? 4?
It's a 4, yeah.
Okay. Oh Hold on, I'm retrieving something.
Cool. These rolls though, they're not the greatest. uh, off to
Do
a
I
great.
have 30 seconds to quickly run to the bathroom?
Reva. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, guys.
Run.
No, that's fine. We can wait.
Force it out.
Let's all go to the bathroom before we begin this next section.
It's together.
Out of character, I'm concerned, but in character, I'm very intrigued.
Let me do a little.
All the people that are in the bathroom, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Turtle.
I'm gonna go actually get water because.
Sorry, I wasn't here at the first time.
I don't know if it's just me, but Turtle, it's very hard to hear you.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not necessarily quiet, it's very sounds like going muted.
Yeah, it sounds like you're muffled, sort of. Yeah. Like you have something.
Let me try something.
Alright. I got my. I won't forget my patrons name anytime soon because I got a character sheet now.
Okay, good.
Yes, please clear.
I'll be honest, it's a lot to keep track of. I didn't realize.
Oh, there's so many faces, and they're smiling, they're laughing, they're crying. What the hell?
I think that means psychopathic mindset. Smiling, crying, and laughing.
Yeah.
And then, so real quick, Jim, in terms of notes, I believe you signed the notes so anyone can edit it. Can you change it so that just I can edit, or at least the ones that I'm making?
Yeah.
Or
I am back.
Is my voice clear now, or am I still muffled?
It's a bit better.
it's a little bit better, but still a bit muffled.
Should I make it so everyone can read the journal, or just private?
I think just private because because throughout the campaign I might write some secret notes as to
Yep.
that are more personal for Rome.
We pretend that some airplanes in the night sky.
Stop recalling my 2013 childhood.
Yeah, I just had a bunch of flashbacks of repressed memories right there.
I just
don't
think
like
about
remembering
Mordecai
because I remember vivid things when I get to them. It hurts me very much.
Wait, does the party know that Theda's a warlock?
No.
They have to know.
Wait, wait. Yeah, if we went into a dungeon together, you'd think we'd seen each other's fighting styles.
They definitely
If we got our
know
ass
I'm a
booked.
spellcaster,
Yeah.
so I don't know if I've thrown out any Eldritch Blast. Because I do swing my mace a lot.
Sorry, Isaac, your name in Roll20 is Bad Karma, right? Or
Me?
what is who plays Isaac? I forget.
Turtle face.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Turtle face.
All right, I'm making private notes for you guys
But
while we're
yeah.
intermission.
We'll say that everybody thinks Theda is some sort of caster, maybe a sorcerer. Because he's definitely not an intelligence caster.
So is everyone back?
Yes.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Or I've always been here, either.
Oh. Okay. Sorry. Let me just finish this. Right, I made Theda's, Isaac's, and Reva's notes. I'll get to the next people whenever I have a break. So,
You give me Theta, but I have my own notes, so I'm good.
okay. So I should just...
Chris of Ebbon knows. I don't know.
Okay. Actually, Turtle, you're not actually here yet. In the scene, at least. You'll probably reunite with the party when they get out of the library. I will say that this probably... I will say probably, because it's possible, but it probably won't result in combat.
Oh boy.
Okay, so, the last thing that happened was Reva failed a con save and a charisma, or like a wisdom save and a charisma save, right?
Yeah,
and right when she touched the box too, and so Reva, I don't know if this is familiar to you, but you're now unconscious. There's someone talking to you. Hello. Who are you? And you can hear that you actually can talk in this. Even though you don't normally talk in your dreams, you can talk in the dream.
Hmm. Uh, with she's kind of surprised at herself at first that she's able to talk, but kind of quickly gets used to it as whoever is speaking just asked her something.
Yeah.
She says, "My name is Reva Linvier, and who is speaking to me?"
You may refer to me as Purity. You may call me something if you like. Purity sounds really nice, but if you prefer something else, that is fine too.
I suppose I would just call you by what you've just said, Purity.
Okay, thank you. I haven't felt this for so long. You have no idea how good this feels. And it's like you see something for the first time. You open your eyes in this dream before you haven't been able to. It's almost as if they, she, her pronouns are she, are allowing you to like glimpse into something that isn't their physical form. You see a glowing, iridescent blue light. Wait, hold on. Not blue. I have notes on this, I'm sorry.
No pressure.
Golden white light. Like it's not quite golden, but it's like not quite light. Or white. So it's like pale yellow. She says, "I know your thoughts, you know. That is what that feeling was. Do you know where you were?"
I was in the Grand Library of Calm, as far as I remember.
Is that what they call it now? What year is it?
A good question.
100.
I
100 after they're forgetting is what you would know.
Oh, so 100 AF, is that
Yep.
right? Okay. It is 100 AF.
AF? What does this mean? It's not familiar.
After the forgetting.
Oh no. Oh no! And then you wake up. What everyone saw while Reva was unconscious is her mouth, her nose, and her eyes all started glowing with a white gold like light. As she wakes up, like, do you guys do anything? It takes about 2 seconds.
Right as it happened, I would look over to Saras and I'd say, "She's not dying."
No, of course not.
You would tell us if she was dying.
Yeah, I would tell you, I promise. This is part of the process. I don't know if you explored the church very much, but man, that place has so many good stories. Do you like stained glass depictions?
Well, I do like pretty good.
I like depictions.
I don't know. Check it out sometime.
I have an appreciation.
Anyway, she wakes up.
2 seconds.
She wakes up after 2 seconds, and
So, can I describe how I imagine she'd wake up after that?
What?
Uh,
Sorry?
can I just kind of a little description of how I imagine she'd wake up after that?
You feel as if you blinked, and then you, like, when you were blinking, you were awake, like, on the floor. It would be as if you closed your eyes for literally a quarter of a second, and then you just wake up on the floor. No pain,
Okay.
no nothing. In fact, it might feel a bit relieving.
Okay, but just she isn't just on the floor. We're at a table, right?
She passed out right next to the cube.
Ah, okay. So um, she'll she'll try and speak. I imagine no words come out, right?
If you want. Do
Um,
you want your character to be able to speak now?
well, I mean, she's always
Well, she's saying she tried,
Right.
right?
I'm asking. It is within Purity's power to grant this.
okay. But
If your character wants to speak, they are currently allowed.
no. So
Okay.
yeah, no. But she looked so she kind of like almost like kind of like in a confusion a bit, like kind of like just shakes her head before looking to the Rhinoceros. Kind of like as like on like questioning look of like what just happened.
Okay, so you question, like, give him a questioning look, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you must be so confused. Ha. That is part of how it goes. Come, sit. So you sit at the table.
Was this a funny religious prank?
No! No, this is a prophecy fulfilled.
Oh, that's a lot more important.
No, it is quite important. You're right.
Reva is part of a prophecy?
Not really Reva. It's more her kind.
Hmm,
Priests,
There's
that
no
is.
problem.
I see.
I believe it's priests. I haven't really narrowed it down.
Okay.
Still something that is to be questioned or learned about, eh? Like you said, not much is known about the box, so must
In a-
not be known about
In a matter
who-
of speaking.
And our relief was the signal that it was time, quote unquote. Again, this is all in the mind, but Theta's projecting themselves towards everybody.
Right.
Reva would write down. So, what were you expecting out of this?
Not much, if I'm honest. But this is. We should go see the diviner. I forget myself sometimes. Anyway, what happened exactly? No one has ever been able to explain it without going insane. So, I warn you, please be careful. Although you are a very important and special person, you might go a bit chronically insane.
She said that she feels okay so far. I haven't gone insane yet, but
No, please explain it with your book.
Oh, wonderful diviner, raising us all right now.
right. Well, I was blind for a second. Everything seemed to be black until a bright golden light appeared before me. It spoke to me, and oddly enough, I was able to speak back.
Speak? What did they say?
they just asked me, or, well, they told me what they go by. Purity is what they said.
Really?
And yes,
Oh my
and
goodness.
they'd asked what year this was.
You don't even have to make an insight check. Everyone at the table realizes that he just, like, when you said the word purity, this man acted like you had just said God, like himself, has walked the earth and he's outside
God.
right now.
I spoke to Yahweh.
Oh my god. Alright, so you say purity, right? And then he cuts you off. He doesn't let you write anymore. And he like looks like he gives you a grave look, like, but grave in a positive way. He says, "We must go." And
One question,
what? Yep.
if I may. Why are we here? Clearly, it is dawning on me that perhaps we are extras in this current play you're writing before us, Diviner.
No, I promise you, there is a place for you all, especially according to the diviner. He insisted upon it.
I thought Saurus was the diviner, or a diviner.
Sorry, what?
By popular vote.
Oh yeah, this diviner was cast in by popular vote.
So there's like the diviner, and then there's the diviners who are like the real, legit diviners who like sacrifice to get their position.
Wait a second. Oh my gosh.
I feel like... What's
This
that?
guy...
The stars of divine.
This guy is, you can tell that he is a diviner, and there is... When he refers to the other diviner, you're kind of confused, honestly. Like, even Reva, I don't think has heard very much about this other diviner, but definitely something has come up in the conversation. His name is Segeric.
Segeric. Okay. Can I get a spelling for that?
What?
Can I get like a spelling for that in the chat?
Segeric. And if you must know, his actual title is High Diviner Segeric. But most
Okay,
people
and so-
just call him a diviner. You know, he's not above
Okay,
or below.
Sorry, how is this spelled again? Segee and
Segeric. It's like, we must see the diviner now. This is very important to him. I'm surprised he couldn't be here himself.
I had lunch.
What?
Here we go.
You're like, you have plans?
Yeah, Theta's like, I had lunch plans, but I can open up for the diviner, I suppose. He's a very important figure and all that.
You guys know that to speak with the guy you're speaking with in the manner that you're speaking with him, this almost never happens. And to know that there's someone above him yet that you just haven't even heard of is somewhat unsettling. Like, it's sort of like the Illuminati. Almost.
It's like you found out there was a second Brad Pitt who was cooler.
Yeah.
You're smoking weed with Brad Pitt. He tells you about Brad Pitter.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, so you walk out of the room, right? With him? Anyone do anything?
I mean, I just imagine that Reva is kind of like right beside Minosaurus.
Do you mark
I am
the
eagerly
runes?
following.
You don't mark the runes?
Oh, I mean, as we are leaving, I'm sure Lucian would definitely pull out his notebook, and if nobody stops him, would just be fervently writing everything down that he has seen. As long as nobody stops him.
I say, like, he leaves the room, but, like, he's just waiting for you guys to make your peace with whatever you're doing, and whenever you're all out in the hallway.
Wait, so he stops and lets us just, like, take a look in the room?
He says, Whenever you please. And he gets
Would
up and he
you-
walks out.
As he's leaving, you're how sheltered is this information? Would you be opposed to me writing it down?
Just promise not to. Treat it like you would treat your prized possession or a secret no one has said.
Oh, very much. Nobody reads anything in this book except for me. Just not a very good memory is all, you know.
Are you trying to deceive him?
No, I mean, technically, I do genuinely don't show this to anybody except for one person in my background.
Okay.
As you know.
Right. Make a DC 12 deception check.
Okay.
Because it's just one person, technically. Alright.
24.
Alright. Yeah, he doesn't. He takes it with a grain of salt and he just leaves. And he leaves a passing word. He says, "Do not touch it again."
Of course.
So, in my little notebook, I will be kind of doing just a quick rough sketch of what the box looks like and writing down like questions I might have for later.
Okay, does anyone like want to actually make an investigation check, or are we just going to assume that we have seen all that we've seen?
As long as I can like write down rough what it looked like or felt like, and you know, like the rooms and all that,
Sure.
I probably.
Okay, so
You know,
that's
as I'm
apparent.
doing this, I might want to make a perception to see if I see anything of interest that I might not have caught on a first glance.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Anyone who wants to can make a check, and I'll tell them something different probably based on the character.
Perception.
I'll probably make a perception check as well.
You
Just stay very interested in the information.
there's a big box in the middle of the room. You saw it, and the girl touched it and fell. Yeah, you probably don't want to touch it.
And you know, I heard about purity as.
Yeah.
So I'll write that down. Drop
Yeah,
that name down.
crack
Don't know what it means.
black.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh!
Oh, well then. That's the archaeologist. So this is interesting.
Valentine
That's
is
Theta.
Oh,
Theta.
it's I'm sorry. It reads it as your character name. I see. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's my.
So-
I'm sorry.
Your background. You are an Azamar, like an actual Azamar, right?
I'm an elf.
Reva is the Asimar. Then there is the elf Theta,
Oh,
halfling
I'm sorry.
archaeologist.
I knew there was something special, like celestially backgrounded in your character because you're an elf, but I did put two and two together.
Yeah, it's yeah.
All right.
Theta the Chad.
So, a 19 allows you to make a history check at DC 12.
Oh, okay. I got -1 in history.
Oh!
Oh,
What languages do you speak?
I speak Elvish and Common,
Okay.
but I really don't need to learn more languages because I can communicate with anybody as long as they know one language because of my awakened mind.
Yeah, but this is
Being
like
able to
a
read.
written language type thing,
Yeah,
not like a
so-
speaking thing. You would know there are elements of this language that remind you, or like of this the sigil that remind you of the Elven language. Not
Okay.
quite, not anything quite exact, but like the spacing between the dot and the concentric circle, or like the angle of the four like arms that come off of the sigil. You would realize that, oh, that probably has something to do with this. Sort of like if you read Cyrillic and you're probably like, that's Russian.
Rosetta, are you at all versed in Elvish?
yes, actually.
There are Elvish roots in here, and I'm not quite sure whether or not this is an originator of Elvish, or if this is something completely different. A branch of Elvish? A progenitor to Elvish? I can't quite say. This might be within your expertise, perhaps.
side thing. Are we all looking at the box? I didn't quite catch what Theta was investigating or perceiving.
Runes on the walls or
On the
DM.
What?
Am I looking at the runes of the walls or on the box?
The runes under the box.
Under
under the box.
The
Okay,
the
'cause,
box
yeah, I was
itself
gonna.
is like pristinely mirrored.
I was waiting because I was gonna say while I'm sketching the box, I was also like gonna investigate what I can see on the box, seeing as we're not allowed to touch it.
Yep. Yeah, I'll allow
So
that.
runes, yeah. So do you want an investigation check on the box, or would you like a history check or something? Because he
So
asked about the runes.
you're looking for what exactly? Like a
I
deeper
Just
meaning to the rune, or what the fuck is this box?
Well, so yeah, before Theta even mentioned the runes, I was already sketching in my notes a picture of the box, and I was also looking around and seeing if I can see anything of importance to this box, and
Mm-hmm.
as I'm writing my notes.
Okay. Go ahead and make a not deception, perception check for the runes,
Per perception check for the runes.
and then a history for the box. Or not? Wait, I don't. You're a halfling. This would be a investigation check.
Would it be with advantage because I informed them of the
Oh,
Elven
yeah. Go ahead and roll another, because you knew it was of elven origin. You know what to look for.
Okay, that -1 was the perception.
Yeah. Okay.
So plus. So this one is the investigation
And then you can.
with
Yeah.
advantage. So 25.
Actually, the investigation was for the box itself, so 25
Okay.
is your investigation. Roll another perception check because you had advantage from Theta.
Oh, okay. So advantage
16,
with
pretty
Theta.
good.
So a 16 for the perception check tells you what languages do you speak, same as him?
I speak. Where did I write this down? Because I got extras. Common, Halfling, Elvish, and I wrote Sylvan, but I was going to ask you about that if that is allowed.
Sylvan is allowed, as far as like backgrounds are concerned.
Okay, perfect. So those are the 4 languages.
Okay. Yeah, you know the same as him. You don't really think of it as a direct link between the languages. It's definitely inspired by it, though.
Oh. So it's.
They're not inspired by, but it has, like.
Similarities.
Yeah. It's like Latin
roots.
roots.
Yeah, definitely. And then your investigation check on the box tells you that this is not a material that you have ever seen. Also, you notice a small, like almost imperceptible seam in the box. Right at the 90-degree angle of the box. Like it breaks into 4 parts.
Right. There's a small.
Basically, like, you ever seen those videos where things are like water precision, like laser cut so closely that there's barely a line there, but like if you took a microscope and looked at it, yeah, that's what that is.
Okay. Is it at a 90-degree angle?
It is at a 90-degree angle, yes. It's like take a square and then cut it in 4 parts diagonally, and that's what you see. So, like, here. Oh, that's a circle. That's not what I was trying to draw.
From the corner to the corner.
Like that. And you can see that it's on all the sides of the box. So one corner could be like, or one side of the box could also be the bottom side. So like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think I've got my notes.
All right. Is there anything else we want to do in this room?
Nope.
Okie
They're
dokie.
just gonna walk out backwards and looking at the box the entire time. Not turning fucking back to that thing.
Like tiptoeing backwards. Like,
Got my fucking eyes on you, black box. You Tesseract looking motherfucker.
it's
Golden
it's golden box.
I drew it in black, so I see your confusion, but yeah, it's definitely not black. It's definitely gold, and yeah, it's very, very shiny.
super shiny gold box.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so when everyone is out of the room, are you guys all what?
Yes.
Sorry, stabbing the diviner.
Oh,
My bad.
good, good. He rolls a smite.
Sorry, I accidentally pressed it. No, I accidentally pressed it. I accidentally
He
pressed
uses
it.
his wish
Sorry.
ring of wishing, and he just unmakes you. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So next step. So
Sorry,
you guys are
let's
all
try
out
to
of.
get
You,
around with my thing.
all right. You guys are all out of the room, correct?
Everybody
Yes.
roll initiative.
Brave has been out of the room. She's just following divine.
I'm
Okay.
sure Theta's the last out of the room.
So you all make your way out of the church. The guy behind the desk, who's still maddeningly like scribbling away at papers, says, "Oh, everything done? You all set?" And Cyrus gives him like a weird look, and then he walks out.
Beyond so.
And now, Turtle, could you please describe your character?
Okay, Isaac has two wings the size of him, but it's like shorter, but it's smaller. It's like the size of him, but kind of smaller. His hair is like black with blue tips and like intense. Pale skin and has like a vest, a cyan vest, and has bluish lavender eyes, smiling.
Well, how you doing?
So you guys are ambushed by this man, whom you've met before. You've met before, but he had to stay in the city on the last job because he got hurt. He doesn't look hurt at all. In fact, he looks better than he's ever looked during the time that you've been adventuring with him.
Who gave them an upgrade?
Is it me?
Yeah. You're standing and you meet them outside the steps of the church, or not the church, but like the square,
library.
the square leading into the church. You guys all meet there. As you walk out, you walk across the square, and then you go back into the church.
Hello there.
Isaac, you have missed everything.
What have I missed?
We're prophecies. Haha.
Well, depending if you're a hero, you might not see the rest. It's in every story. I think.
I don't read.
I can read it to you. I've been reading. Write more.
An excellent suggestion. To the high diviner of divining, raise us all to our
Make a religion check.
Me?
Make a religion check.
raise us.
For that statement, you just. Oh wait, you're not even speaking out loud. I'm silly.
Oh yeah, it's just
Okay.
it's just for Isaac, this dumb bullshit.
Yeah.
You must raise
Isaac's
all
just.
to raise thyself.
Yeah. Okay.
Isaac cast minor illusion to make like a bunch of books for him to choose from.
No, I'll allow it. That's pretty
Which
funny.
one, which one do you want to read? Adventures of a Capio? What
Whichever
happens when you
one
don't
that I
when you
win.
don't get prepared with a saw blade? Or the last time a person went to shore? Which one?
There's more than two decisions to make here.
Okay,
I
then.
We'll definitely have time to read and listen later, but aren't we meeting with someone?
You're right.
Can I join this? It seems
Of
like
course.
to catch up.
As long as Saris is okay.
He's waiting patiently
okay?
on the steps as you guys are like lagging behind, saying hello.
Is it okay?
He's talking to Saris.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
How about this? It is getting quite late in the day. I imagine the High Diviner, in his old age, is resting. If you guys could find an inn, perhaps the one in town, and spend the night, I'm sure they're happy to have you again, Reva.
Well,
It would
if you
be fun to catch
insist.
up.
Lucian, did we get paid? Are we being paid?
What are you asking me?
You are a kind soul. You would spot me some gold for the night, yes?
Oh, well, we're on this quest.
If gold is a problem, he says as he gets ready to walk away, just tell them it's on us. We have a long-standing relationship with the inn.
Excellent.
There you go.
It's,
Love mutually beneficial relationships.
right, and but with before Sarah's can kind of like walk away, she'll kind of take out her book and writes and says, respectfully, if I can stay here where I'm most comfortable, be more pleasant.
We're always happy to have you.
This is fun.
Stay as long as you.
Do you want some spoilers of the Capille? I can show you.
So Reva is staying with the church while I believe you guys are going to an inn, is
Yep.
what I'm getting? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess I am probably the one heading out first because I am not in their book. Childish, sounds like bedtime stories that they're talking about. I'm just gonna start walking ahead outside of the church to head towards the inn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do all of you
join
just
Rosetta.
go your separate ways? So do you guys go back to the church at all? Not Rosetta. Reva's in the church, going to sleep in her quarters. She has a special room there. Not necessarily private, but it's, a room set aside for them.
Presume that we're all going to the same inn, us who
So-
are not sleeping at the church.
So you guys are all heading to the same inn.
At the very
Yeah.
least,
Yes.
Data's intentionally taking the same inn as Rosetta.
Okay. You walk into the doorway of the Sad Dragon Inn. It is a not necessarily downscale place. It's technically middle class, but it's you can tell it's not as clean as it used to be. Things are not always what they seem, but it's an average place.
I'm in here. Am I in here as well?
What?
Am I in here as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're part of the party and you aren't staying at the church, then you've probably followed us.
Okay. I cast mending on anything that seems broken.
Is there anything that seems broken?
There's just
Fada,
a
are
fucked up leg.
you broken?
Like
No.
you said,
Oh,
the
you mean
room
like
is, roughed up.
anything roughed up in the room? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
There is a. You guys check in and you get a room, and who talks to the church, or not the church? Who talks to the innkeep?
Step up and ask if there were enough rooms available for the party.
Well, of course.
Perfect. The church, Diviner Soros mentioned that you've got good ties and they'd be willing to cover the tab.
Oh yeah, anything for the church. Let me show you to your room. And he shows you to a pretty big room. Unless you ask for a private one, it's like you can tell it's not necessarily unused, but it's definitely one of the higher class rooms they have. You average, knowing your knowledge of the place, it would take about a gold or two to get a room like that.
Oh. Now, this is much better than the stomp that I got a little too used to.
Damn.
Data throws their entire form onto a bed.
Did I miss?
Beds
What
are
happened?
there?
That's about
Yeah.
the stuff.
There's 5, I think.
It's 5
What?
minutes.
Well, if
What?
if
What's about the stuff?
They're all like equally spaced out. They're not like. It looks more like the bed's part of the room looks more like a barracks than like a bedroom. And then there's like a fireplace with like a bare carpet and 2 very nice sitting chairs with like a table in the middle. There's a bookshelf next to a there's a bookshelf next to a sitting table with about 4 chairs and a decanter full of some sort of brown liquid across the room, right next to
Is there
the.
anything on the bookshelf?
That
It's
really
filled with
is-
books.
Any books that seem interesting?
Okay. You
But
pick up
more like history or anything.
history rather than religion.
Yes.
Okay. You pick up a book called The Battle of Calm. It over the. How long do you read it? Until you wake up in the morning, or like until you go to bed or whatever.
Just before I go to bed, I want to flip open the book, and also while I am skimmily going through it, jotting any notes that I find interesting that I have not known about before.
Theta's gonna wait for everybody to fall asleep eventually. They don't really need to sleep. Since they're an elf, they just have their trance.
Okay.
if it's being covered, would I be able to get a separate room?
You said that to the innkeeper before you walk in.
As we walk in and I take a look, I turn to him and say it.
Well, I mean, 1 second. And he walks down to the like bar. He has like a ledger there. He looks to the day that we're on, and he says, "Actually, yes, it's right there." And your room, the community room, is upstairs at the end of the hall. The private room is downstairs at the bottom of the steps.
I'll take it.
All right, enjoy your stay. And he walks back to the bar and he starts cleaning a really greasy mug.
Okay, as of right now, I will stay with the rest of the party just to converse until everyone's ready to go to bed, though.
Sure.
Yeah, Theta will go into a trance for 4 hours, but simply pretend to remain in the trance after that 4 hours until everybody's like asleep.
Okay. How long do you read, Rosetta?
About what was the time when we reached the
It's
end?
about midday and going into night.
And we're heading back to the church in the morning.
You're supposed to meet with the church in the morning. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I think Isaac would be able to just wait to find a midnight snack outside of the tavern.
You try to find what outside of the tavern? I'm sorry, your microphone's a bit muffled.
Very, very quiet.
Like something new to eat.
Oh.
Wanderlust.
So you don't want the food from the inn. You want a separate restaurant.
Do you have any money, Isaac?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
fair to assume at this point that pretty much anything a church employee or aspirant requires is covered under the
Alright,
church.
fair enough.
Like anything within
Wait,
reason.
Oh, thank God.
Wait, it's already been covered?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sarah said that there's like a standing agreement between them that they pay the inn for any lodging and board for anyone who doesn't feel comfortable in the church.
Isaac would just forget that. Wait. Is it? I don't know. And he just goes anyways.
Okay.
He likes to wander around. He casts gust on himself and jumps off the roof.
All right. Sounds good. You get a bit of a weird reaction when you go off the roof and like land next to you land next to a horse. He looks at you funny. He's like, yeah. And then you look around for a restaurant.
That gets him out of the way.
What? Can you repeat that? Someone went into my room and acted.
Don't worry. Just happy to, be alone. Solitude. Don't worry. Nothing devious going on here.
Does anyone in the
So-
room do anything before bed?
The reading that I did for probably, if it was midday turning into night, I probably read the book probably for like an hour or so, just quickly skimming through what knowledge I did know, and then reading the stuff that I didn't know, um, and then just easing my way into bed before,
Okay.
like,
You spend
before
about
it's too late.
you spend, you know, about an hour trying to find something to read, and then you stumble across a book that says The History of the Faces. Do you like that book title, or do you look for another?
I would read it.
Okay. It says that it's basically a chronicle on the forgetting, like the event of the forgetting, and what followed in the 10 years after that. So in the year of 0, everyone forgot a lot of shit. Then a couple of years later, Mamera told everyone that, hey, you forgot a lot of stuff, right? You should probably have this library. And so she created, I believe the book term is a flick of the wrist, an entire library full of books about a prior history. And that's basically the furthest you can get before you get really tired and go to bed.
Okay, so Isaac left.
But
Theta basically just decided to go into a trance to sleep.
Mhm.
Rosetta decided to read, and I am left to whatever. I would go back to my own room and write down everything that I saw and heard today. Whatever I can like explicitly remember. And how difficult would it be to, because we still have about half a day before we need to sleep, really.
Yeah, you probably have about 6 hours of time, honestly. Right now,
How
you're just killing
difficult-
time for the meeting.
Would it be to go around and find clothes loosely resembling clothes of the other party members?
I think would have left some on his bed.
Why are we both up to some shit right now?
I didn't expect this, but the first time he introduced fucking in, here we go. Yeah. So there is a tailor in town. He is called the Lazy Tailor. Like that's the name of his store.
Okay.
You've seen that and you know of that. How long have you spent in Calm, do you think?
Probably at least a year. Like,
Okay.
based off of my backstory, I imagine.
It's a pretty big city. It has about, if you had to guess, about 9,000 residents. Most of the people live around the walls simply because they like the fact that it protects them from anything that comes without.
Okay.
The inner square portion is made up entirely of different tradesmen, of guilds, of workshops, artisans. Pretty much anything you could think of finding in a major city, you probably will find it, regardless, short of extremely magical artifacts, basically. Anything common you might find in like a magic store, or like a geomancy shop or something like that.
Okay.
But as far as clothing, you know of 2 places. You know of that tailor that I mentioned, the Lazy Tailor, and then you know of a fabrics merchant who often deals with the Leviathan captains in Elmheim.
Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Elmheim. So this Lazy Tailor, I'll check him out first.
Okay.
And basically, I'll just go in and describe loosely kind of what the clothes might resemble. So everyone kind of has easy enough clothes to recreate.
Yeah, I mean, other than, I think, who described themselves in like a... I know Rava's picture looks like she has a dress on. So that
Rava, I actually wouldn't worry about for now.
Okay. Alright, who specifically do you ask for copies of their clothing?
First, Rosetta. That seems the easiest.
Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned that I had some basic leather armor over top of my common clothes, and my common clothes consist of like a white blouse, and like some brown like trousers, like pants. And then I had a coat that goes over top that is of it's like a long-tailed coat, kind of like sophisticated as if I was I don't, imagine like I don't know like a professor kind of would wear, and it's has a tall collar, and it's like a dark foresty green color with uh like a with a brown light brown collar, and the interior of the coat is a light brown as well.
Okay, so something simple like that. It would cost you money. He gives you a quote of roughly 5 silver.
So I went
If
and chose
five
a
silver if you
background.
want it, 5 silver if you want it like quickly, or if you wait like a day, probably like 3.
I chose a background and got some gold off of that.
All right.
So I guess and by the way, this is in the size of a halfling.
Okay.
Very similar to her size. I don't know if that would affect price at all, but yeah.
A changeling?
What?
I gotta ask. Are you a changeling? The fuck are you doing? I have to
I
ask.
I have ideas and plans based off of something that I know and nobody else does.
I'm so scared.
Nobody needs to worry about anything because this
I
is
thought I
completely
was-
meta knowledge.
I
Yeah.
thought I was gonna be doing some fucked up shit because I was gonna. All right, yeah, go do your. Continue. I'm sorry.
And in the size of a halfling would just be 5 silver still, I imagine.
Yeah, he doesn't really cut you a price. If anything, it's just the same, because like it's not the same amount of material, but it's definitely the same amount of work. You know, every clothing part has its parts, so yeah, it would be the same.
Yeah, I'll pay him that. Yeah.
Okay, 5 silver for a pretty much full outfit. The blouse you can just find off of a rack for like a copper. It's actually really good or it's actually made of really good cotton. You're surprised to find it here.
So 5
Yeah.
silver, 1 copper.
Yeah, 5 silver, 1 copper.
Okay.
Most of the
And,
stuff on the rack is really cheap, mainly because he doesn't get a lot of customers, because people don't like going to somewhere it's called lazy. So, yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. And I don't know what Beta was wearing. I don't remember.
Theta's pretty much a pretty basic bitch. He's got leather armor underneath that big purple cloak. It's pretty obvious when you see them swing their mace that's what they got going on underneath.
So just leather armor and then covered by a purple cloak.
Yeah, and they got the purple hairband. They're pretty basic. They're shabby, if anything.
Okay, purple cloak.
Yeah. So shabby purple cloak.
Yeah.
You have to. Purple is not a dye that is very common around here, so it's probably about 2 silver.
Sure. Okay.
Get wrecked.
So if I didn't mention, if you're even looking for it, I've got glasses too.
I won't worry about that.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what Isaac wears either.
What?
What does your character wear? Other
Like
than
a
armor?
I think he doesn't have armor. Like a cyan vest, a sweater, a gray sweater, and like lazuli blue jeans. Like not these, more like pants.
Okay. And I would ask for that as well.
Okay. Probably about 5 silver. Same price.
Sure.
Because the vest is made of like not quite a hard leather, but a soft leather, and it's kind of hard to make. So, 5 silver. Yeah.
All right. Took all of that out, and with the prices that I'm paying, I can get all of this today.
He says that if you come back in the morning, like first light, that should be fine. Like he should have
Okay.
everything done. I have to roll a performance check for him. Let me find a stat table of a tailor. Hold on.
No problem. I did take a look at the room. I mean, if you're okay with me saying that I did my room before I left.
Yeah.
what kind of did it look like?
It was pretty small. Compared to the grand chambers upstairs, it's pittance, honestly. It's like the size of a bed, a foot chest, or like a, something to store clothing in, and it's like an end table with like an unburnt candle in it.
Do the door and chest lock?
The chest is locked. Like, you don't have the key for that, but
Okay.
The door does lock. He gives you the key for that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess after I get whatever I can, I would just stuff it in the backpack that I have, and then as I return, how is he? Innkeep, barkeep?
Yeah.
Um,
It's an keep.
do you? Am I able to use the chest in my room?
Well, why would you want that?
I just have a few personal belongings that I would like to keep away. You know,
All
you
right.
can never trust everybody.
Yeah. All right. He goes to the door and he opens it and he takes a key out and he opens the chest. There's some like you make an inception or not. Wait, what's it called? Not inception. Insight
Inception?
check. Yeah, insight
Insight?
check. Yeah, make an
Sure.
insight check.
18.
He looks sad when he's moving these clothes.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks sad when he's moving the clothes, and he gives you the key. He says, if I didn't think so, I'd say you're trying to take advantage of me
Advantage of you? How so?
with your ties to the church. They come around here, asking, begging, telling me how it's gonna be. It hurts my feelings. I'm only one innkeep now.
Look, I'm not exactly sure what kind of previous relation she might have had with the church. I definitely personally don't try to impose. You know what? Here, I'll give you a silver just for the trouble I might be causing here.
He looks at the silver and he looks at you. He's like, "It's alright, keep it." And he walks away.
Okay.
What you did.
And he did give me the key to this chest.
Yeah, he gave you the key, and he made a passing remark about, like, if you don't return that key, I'm going to have to hire a locksmith, so you pay me back if you take that key and you take the chest. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Let's just let him leave at that point. And then, yeah, whatever clothes I was able to get, along with my notebook, I will put in the chest and lock. And I guess I don't really have any other business today, so I would lock my room and go to bed as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Get into my business.
Isaac, did you want to play out your little restaurant scene, or you just go out and get a really good meal and, come back and go to sleep?
I buy takeout but hide it from the others.
Okay.
You son of a bitch. You guys are fucking evil.
Yeah, bitch, I'm fucking evil.
What?
I'm God fear me.
You got Chinese and you didn't share. The fuck?
Not only Chinese, bitch.
I'm-
There are the pizzas with the small boxes.
Pizza Chinese. Oh my god. You got like 8 fucking fortune cookies and didn't give any of them to anybody else. The fuck is going on with you?
Pizza in a small box.
Is it me now?
Let's just say 8.
Okay. So no one else does anything then? You hide your Chinese food away from... I suppose it's not out of the question to have all sorts of food in this place, because it's a pretty big city. Like, there's lots of different restaurants in the area and stuff like that.
I got my nighttime
Yeah.
activities I want to get through.
Okay. So you have everything's done here. We're good to wrap up until morning, or does anyone have any other?
I got something.
Okay.
I after waiting for everybody to fall
Yeah,
asleep.
you said you were making
I
like
wake
a.
up before everybody else.
Yeah, you only sleep like 4 hours.
So while everybody else is asleep, particularly Rosetta, where does Rosetta keep their bag full of belongings?
Usually, like, my bag of belongings, if I am sleeping, is usually either at the foot of the bed or like right beside the bed. Like, I keep it very close to me.
Uh, Theta's going to very quietly approach the side of the bed, and or the foot of the bed, towards the bag. Should I make like a stealth check with advantage?
How late did you stay up? Or is that a reading?
Not too late.
Just a regular stealth check then.
Well, I'd assume that they're like in deep sleep, right?
Right, but they're sleeping, and I mean, are you proficient in stealth?
No.
No, then just a regular
I
stealth
am.
check.
Alright. 15.
What is her passive? Is like 8 or something silly.
9. My passive
Yeah.
is 9.
Yeah, you're good. You can take whatever.
I approach the bag and I lean in and I pull out the copy of the imprint that they made of the artifact.
Mm.
And then I quietly exit the room. I'm gonna find a shady ass alley. It's like nobody's awake right now. It's like the fucking like 3 a.m. or some dumb shit. And I'm gonna find a shady alley. Just somewhere quiet.
Okay. How far do you want to go?
Not too far. I doubt it's gonna be that hard to find a shady alley in this kind of city, right?
You'd have to walk a bit from the like actual town square, but once you reach the residential area, which is like a 3-minute walk away, you'd be fine.
So I'm in this residential area and I find this isolated little area. And I'm gonna meditate and try and make contact with my patron.
Oh. How does that work mechanically? I'm not sure.
When my players would do it, it was just like, I don't. They would do it and be like, "Oh, hello."
Is there a specific
patron."
skill you're trying to use,
Um,
or are you just like?
I suppose.
Yo, bitch, it's me. How are you?
I suppose I use a.
I mean, you're proficient in religion, so I suppose that's fine.
Yeah.
So you just like make a prayer, basically saying, "I want to
Yeah,
speak with you,"
basically.
and
Like I'm like, Shapir.
Okay.
Shapir.
make a
I call to you. I come bearing gifts.
make a DC 14 religion check to contact your patron.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
Oh, I have bad news. Your patron is secret, correct? Or is it?
He's forgotten.
He is the Forgotten. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, you just don't make contact with him.
Okay. Is it possible for me to still make like a sacrifice to him? Would he even receive that?
Hmm.
Sick. What are you doing?
Pick an item on you
I got
that you are.
torches,
Pick an item on you that has emotional attachment.
my crowbar.
All right. Why is it emotional to you? Like, why do you like it?
Well, I broke into my parents' house with it when I ran out of money because my schemes didn't work out.
Okay.
And it was with me when I first found Shapir because I was prowling.
All right. So unless. Oh, by the way, don't say that name.
Oh.
By the way, yeah, that's.
Sorry.
Okay, so unless you object to it, the only way you can make another religion check is if you throw that crowbar as far as you can away from you, in the area, in like the direction of the walls, like outside of the city, so that someone random will find it somewhere and take it.
Should I make like an athletics check?
No, it's not the throwing I want a roll for. It's a religion check.
All right, I just overhand hurl this thing
Yeah.
to the 9s. Oh,
Okay.
Ow! What was that?
Okay.
Did it hit me in my head?
Roll a flat d20 for me. Like roll 1d20.
Yeah, if I got. Oh. I put a period there. It happens. Never mind. So,
Okay. Yeah. What specifically are you trying to contact him? Like, what form? Are you just trying to talk to him, or do you want him to answer a question?
I'm making an offering to him to curry favor.
Okay.
Just to keep our patron pact effectively.
Yeah. Yeah. That you get a positive feeling, like he enjoyed your throwaway of a treasured item.
My patron, I have come across important information of what the Church of Remembrance is looking for, and then I produced the imprint that I had stolen from Rosetta. This item is of importance, along with the face that no one has seen. Do you recognize anything? Does this new information please you?
You get a feeling of overwhelming joy.
Yes, very good. Good. Very good.
Almost preternatural happiness from just somewhere secretly behind your mind. Almost like you found something that he's been looking for.
The diviner mentioned a purity?
For the first time? Wait, have you ever heard his voice?
No, probably not.
For the first time in your entire life, you hear good inside of your mind.
We are going to do such important things.
And any question you have there out doesn't get answered.
Alright, I tuck it away and I return to the room and I place that imprint where I found it again.
Do you
Exactly.
you put it
where
yeah,
we found
do you
it.
put it make a what's the thing? Oh man. Make a history check to see if you remember exactly how it was in the bag.
Yeah.
Because that's probably the easiest way to determine that, I would imagine. Unless you guys have some idea. Okay. Yeah, it's just a bag. I mean, do you have dark vision?
I do.
Yeah, you're fine. You don't worry about it. It's exactly where you left it.
And then I lay on the bed just flat, face down. I wear the mask to sleep. That thing never comes off, by the way. None of you have seen Theta's face. Or heard their real voice, really, but you know.
This is great. Okay. Oh man.
Amazing first
Holy
day.
shit. Okay. Next scene. All right. So.
As early as I can.
Right.
I'm not sure if it's earlier than anybody else, but I would return to the tailor.
Make a stealth check. Wait, no. Did you sleep in your room or their room?
I slept in my room.
Okay. Make a stealth check. Still, this isn't necessarily for the character. Okay, never mind. You're good. Hold on. Actually, I need to roll something real quick.
Sure.
Not anything. I just don't want to meta. Maybe he'll crit or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You go to the tailor. You knock on the door, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the door's closed. It's about 5 a.m. Most shops open at like 7ish.
Oh shit. But when I left, nobody else was awake, as far as I know.
As far as you know, you saw no one. Like, not even the innkeep was awake, or anyone in the lobby of the inn or whatever.
Okay, I will wait 2 hours.
Just there.
I will walk around, look at stuff, and yeah, I will wait until they open. And if I see him go through the front door, I'll greet him as soon as he shows up, or as soon as he comes out to open the store, whatever. I'll be there.
One sec. About an hour and a half later, he shows up and opens the door.
Okay. Good morning.
Oh, I'm afraid I didn't see you there. You don't sneak up on an old man like that.
My bad. Have you had it ready?
Oh. Let me check. One sec. I forget. I had a late night last night. He goes to the back room and 1d20. This is like a luck roll, kind of. He does have it ready.
Okay.
He brings it out and he says, "Now I believe the total was somewhere in the nature of... I seem to have forgotten. Let me go check." Do you remember? Because I don't. It was like 5 silver and then like 2 silver for him and then another 5 silver for Rosetta, right?
I removed the gold as I did it.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
Let's just say that you pay him. And do you do anything special?
I would just like to take a quick look and just from memory see how well this stuff does actually resemble.
Okay. I'm gonna roll with advantage because he has proficiency and his bonus is somewhere in the ballpark of 5.
Okay.
Because he's proficient with tailor shit, I would imagine. Oh! This is virtually indistinguishable. Almost too close. Like, almost magically replicated. It's crazy.
This is absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Here, just for getting this to me so well and so quick, I'll give you an extra silver.
Oh, thank you, sir. You've really made my day so much brighter. Thank you.
No worries. Remember the name Lucian. I very likely might be back.
Faces shine upon you, friend.
All right, and I head out.
Okay. Next scene is where you arrive at the inn. You walk in.
Of course, clothes stuffed in my bag.
Yeah, you had. I imagine you just like concealed it in a backpack or something.
Big bag now.
Yeah, I mean, halfling
I
clothes,
got some
a
clothes
cloak.
back, right? Or I got some clothes yesterday, right?
Yeah, you got some stuff off the rack, like the blouse and the cape were there.
Okay.
So you would have the like leather professor's jacket, right?
Yeah.
And also but what else was there? I forget.
There was I basically copied everybody's clothes
Yeah.
except Rava.
Okay, yeah. So you got it all in your backpack, and do you go to your room, wait for people?
Yeah. If I open the door and nobody's up yet, then yeah, I'll just walk into my room, put the rest of the stuff in the chest, and wait out until everybody else gets up.
1 second.
Good morning, Steve.
Oh. So you walk in.
1v120?
Yeah, I said it was 5 o'clock when you left, and you failed a stealth check because he crit.
Ooh, wait, what?
I think wait. Hold on. Let me see. If
do I
have that
120.
roll? What? Yeah, I know.
Okay.
120 is 2 hours, and I wanted to see what time the innkeeper woke up.
Okay. I'm fine if the innkeeper sees me.
Yeah, I mean this is just a roll to tell you that he sees you.
Okay.
You and Theta bump into each other while doing fucking shenanigans.
I hope not.
We just look at you like, never speak of this again.
So you actually bump into each other?
You bump him and the big purple cloak flies out and I won't say anything if you don't say anything.
I would definitely not want to be seen, so if for some reason I do see him on my way back, I would wait, or...
Sure.
I doubt it, because Theta was out
Really late, yeah, this is
not
morning.
even like 5 a.m., it was like 3 or 4 a.m.
Sure.
Definitely by the time you got back.
Pre-sun. This is post-sun.
Yeah. Okay, so he sees me. Anything else?
He just takes note of you. He's wiping down tables like in the main area, and he just takes note of you. Says like, ugh. And he goes about his business.
Okay. I'll put the rest of whatever else in my chest, and obviously I'll grab my notebook back, and I will wait for everyone else to get up.
All right. It fades to black. One moment. The morning comes. Everyone slowly awakes. Reva, do you do anything in the church? In the morning? Or technically before you go to bed, even. That's fine.
Before good, no, not necessarily before she goes to bed, but as soon as she wakes up, she is going to see if she can find Diviner Saurus.
Okay. What time do you do this? Like before bed?
No, so it's just like as early as early as when she wakes up.
Okay. Let me see. I haven't determined if this guy's a heavy sleeper or not, because he might be in bed. I'm not sure. If he's awake if this rolls less than a 10. So he's asleep, at least for an hour or so, after you try to initially rise him. So it's about 6 in the morning. Are you an early riser, would you say?
Yeah, just about like 6, 7-ish.
Okay. Yeah, so you wait about an hour, and you just kill time for an hour. How do you do that?
I mean, praying is what you would normally do.
Yeah, just like ambulating, checking out the church.
Mm-hmm. Probably going about some of her early morning duties.
Yeah. Okay. He finally, you see him before you see him before you hear him. He's very quiet. He comes to you. He's like, I noticed a knocking. You're standing when you talk. You're standing in front of the huge stained glass windows of the cathedral.
Yeah, so Reva nods as to its question about the knocking. Pulling out her book and writing down. I have my concerns about the rest of the group and their, well, not necessarily devotion, but their motivations, I suppose, by doing as what the church says. And something I failed to mention before the passing day was that I'm not sure if it's of much importance, but they had written a copy of the script that you'd sent us out to find, the artifact, I suppose.
He looks at you unsurprised. He says, that just won't do. Do you know who has the copy?
Well, not necessarily, but if I were to imagine, it would be the archaeologist, as she calls herself.
I see. Dear Rosetta. What a shame. Maybe she'll see the light, one way or the other.
Perhaps.
Is there anything else?
Nothing that can come to mind. I just wanted to express my concerns for the group, or well, with the group, before they arrived.
Thank you, my dear. Are you feeling quite right? I know Purity had some words for you. Any shortness of breath? Any wandering thoughts?
She closes her eyes for kind of a second, just deep thought before saying, or well, not saying, but writing. None that have arisen. Just it seems everything was quite alright. No more even.
Do tell me if anything were to happen.
Of course, you know that I would.
Of course. We share quite the history, now that I think of it. I went to bed last night thinking, my, what a long treasured past. You know, you were just a babe when you were when you came here. You've grown so much. You have me at a disadvantage, but I do believe that this is pride that I am feeling. Anyway, I suppose you should meet your friends soon.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call them friends, but the rest of the group, yes.
He gets up and he looks around before he moves anywhere. He says, "What a monument. Don't you agree?"
She nods her head.
Okay. And he slowly walks out, and I imagine, unless there's anything that you wanted to do in the morning, the people of the inn, you guys all meet him in the entrance area of the cathedral, or either the cathedral or the church, whichever.
Just real quick, as they wake up and get out into the inn, I'll just say to them, "So, everyone have a nice sleep?"
It's hard to have a bad sleep when you're.
It was a very good run. I felt like a soft one.
And you.
Quality of an inn, but sleep nonetheless. Well needed after our mission.
Me? Of course, very refreshing.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
So
Wow.
we meet up again. I am very interested to meet this grand diviner, whoever he might be.
Where's the location we're gonna meet them again?
The church.
The
up some
church.
stairs. There'll be stony, way too steep and hard on the feet. But
I don't see what
we
I could
always
do.
prevail. Because we must.
I'm very busy.
I don't dare you.
I will be done in like an hour. I cannot break this right now.
Well, let's go.
While the DM is doing that, I will pee very, very quickly.
Sure.
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
This is great. I love this.
Can I cast Gust constantly? Can I cast Gust? Gust. Can I cast Gust?
We have a few minute break. I don't think I got enough information on your character, Isaac. I didn't get the race. Simic hybrid, right. And the class? Sorcerer. Okay.
I'm back.
I have the hidden takeout.
They used to call me Fata, as in fate all these nuts in your mouth.
I feel this
Lucian, do you know of Sugandese?
Very well, dear friend of mine.
Huh. Sugandese nuts. Imagine getting a these nuts joke in your mind. Inescapable.
Oh. Happens if you do that with a food.
Oh, Beta, what happened to your throat?
My what?
You just speak a different way than everyone.
Oh. Well, ah. Consider it merely a matter of performance.
Hmm.
I just got
Performance
back, sorry.
is how one passes.
A performance is how one passes. That is very true. Is all life not a performance?
To me, it's life.
Oh, that's a very deep question.
Every life an act.
That was a little unlike me.
Usually so. What's the term I'm looking for? Basic.
What? Basic what?
Simple.
What are you referring to?
Unassuming, wholly non-deceptive in any way.
Are you
And-
referring to me?
Oh, well, I mean, if the shoe fits, you might as well wear
I like you.
it. Let's try and keep the mutual feeling of burgeoning broship.
I do not know what that word means, and I'm interested.
Burgeoning.
Me either. I don't know what that word means. What's
Well-
the brochure?
What was the word?
Burgeoning broship.
Burgeoning. Okay,
You know-
got
Yeah, burgeoning. It's a fun word.
burgeoning, and what was the other word?
Broship. Bromance. I think bromance might have worked better.
Ship. Oh, bro. Oh, okay. I assume my character doesn't know this, so we'll just say you explain it to him. And I definitely agree.
Lucian, I have to ask. You don't seem. Well, there's a vibe that a lot of religious folk kick. Rosetta doesn't fit it, and you certainly don't fit it. Why are you here?
Why am I here? That's a very large question. I am curious about quite literally everything. I mean, a power strong enough to cause every single living being to forget everything they possibly once knew. Is that not interesting to you?
Well, of course, but I am here for, well, partially the free services, but mostly the concept of gray morality. You see, I might look quite suspicious in most churches. This is the only institution that would accept somebody as, well, they generally motion at their entire shit.
Oh shit. Sorry. Are you?
I mean, you. As much as people might accept you, I'm sure it still does raise very many questions for most people interacting with you. But I, when it comes down to it, just very much love what Emmer might have done for us.
What is the story? The blind beggar given sight. I think, in a way or another, we are currently being given sight. Insight, that is.
The opportunity to remember. That's all I need to say.
Can someone explain to me what I missed? I'm so sorry.
Essentially,
I don't know.
me and Theta just had a little conversation, and we,
It's a burgeoning bromance.
So,
yeah, we said we like each other a little bit.
We're flirting with the
Can you-
idea of being friends.
I heard the name Emir. Did the god come up or?
I did.
Briefly.
I did mention. He asked me why I'm here, and
Oh.
other than my curiosity, essentially, Ember is great.
Okay.
Emmer's got that hot bod,
That hot mind.
hot face.
What
yeah.
the fuck? All right, guys. This isn't ERP yet.
Wait. Is it heretical to sexualize a face?
You'll have to ask your dad.
What is happening?
All right. Next. No, it's you meant like the faces. I see.
Yeah. It's sexual. Is
In
it
this setting, it would be considered an extremist belief. Yes. Not heretical per se. Depending on the church. In the High Church, definitely. In the Church of Remembrance, I haven't really made a decision, so I'll say why not.
They'll be like, you know what? If it's art, you do you, man, and you do them.
All right.
And
So,
you probably would do that.
did anyone else witness this conversation, or you guys have like a private moment?
They probably they heard Lucian.
I came in the middle of it.
Okay, and
In character, did you hear it?
right.
They would only.
I don't
heard half
know.
of it.
If I don't even know where you guys were, what was going on. So
I'm recording, so like I can go back and look.
This is so basically as we were waiting to go, like as everyone woke up, me and Theta just had this conversation, but specifically because Theta wakes up early, 4 hours, and
Yeah.
I was already up. It's very possible that we just had this conversation.
Yeah, they
alone.
were just chilling in the bar, being bros,
All right.
ignoring.
yeah,
her.
I don't know what time you guys got up, but I'd say my character is an early riser. It's the minimum needed amount of sleep that she needs, and then is up and ready for the day. Wants to adventure.
Cool. I will say that if you want, you can take the books.
Oh,
You seemed particularly interested in them, so you wouldn't even have to roll. Honestly, there's a lot of books.
just the book, History of the Faces.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's just what I was asking if just taking the one book that I started reading.
So you just take the History of the Faces then? It's actually the
Yeah.
Chronicle of the Faces, but yeah. All right. So you guys all leave the inn at the same time.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So as you're walking over, it's almost uncanny. You realize that Saurus is there in the inn.
Live.
As we wake up and leave.
As you
or
wake
what?
up and go downstairs from your room, Saurus is just sitting there, looking at the fire in the middle of the inn, waiting.
Oh.
Good morning.
Hello.
He snuck
Good
up
morning
on
to you.
you. They glance at Lucian.
It must have. Hey, what do you mean snuck up?
Well, it snuck past. You were downstairs, were you not? And you did not notice the goddamn diviner on your way up.
So I imagined we had this conversation downstairs,
Oh, I see.
but I would not have had it in front of Saurus. So I don't know.
Okay, for the sake of argument, let's just say you had a private conversation with a bunch of people waking up in the middle of the day, or in the morning in the inn, and you just didn't see him in the crowd.
Yeah, and some in between of.
Yeah, he would not have heard your conversation. That's fair.
That works. That
All right.
works.
So, as you're getting ready to walk out the door, I don't know, I'm going to roll a d4. Or no, wait, there's 5 of you, right? So, roll...
D6 -1.
Well, there's 4 of us right now, unless.
So,
Is there?
Isaac
I'm
notices
down
him.
with y'all.
Isaac notices him.
Good
But
morning.
he wouldn't have noticed. So, you guys all walk out, and you go to the church.
Wait, I'm a little confused how.
So, I rolled a d4. I didn't really want to roll perception for it that much. I mean, I don't know. If that's not
Wait,
fair.
wait. Just really quickly. Saurus was at the church to talk to Reza.
Yeah, that was
Reva.
earlier in the morning.
Okay.
So at some point he appeared in the inn.
And we
And you don't
didn't
notice you don't notice him as you leave because Isaac wouldn't recognize him. He would just look like another person.
Can Isaac see him?
Yeah, Isaac can see him. It's just he
Yeah,
looks
no,
exactly
did
like.
Isaac see him at the church.
Isaac was there with us at the church for a minute. We would have saw
Hmm.
Cirrus.
Make a history check, Isaac. You only saw him for like a passing moment.
History check. History.
That is well.
Yeah, you
That was
don't.
with advantage.
All right. So you guys make it to the church, and you're greeted. You're greeted by Reva.
Hello, Reva. Good morning.
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 Good morning.
So she just kind of looks at all of you with suspicion, almost. I mean, as far as it goes with how expressive she gets. But other than that, she'll walk up to the closest person and just write in a book and say, "You didn't see Divinosaurus on your way out."
He was there?
Didn't see who?
He told us to meet He told us to meet back here in the morning. We
Under the
expected him to
impression
be
that you
here.
made him here, yes.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what?
All right.
Wait, recap.
I
Does
suppose we can
Isaac
get
know
a
if
little-
Hold on,
Cirrus has
Turtle's
fight?
confused. So what's the problem, Turtle?
Does Isaac know like Cyrus and was he invited by him or is he like a new person?
So you saw a random person that you might have recognized, but you failed your history check, so you didn't recognize him. That was the diviner that she was talking about.
Okay,
Do we really
so
need
just say nothing.
Divinosaurus in order to meet up with the High Diviner?
I don't know. Do you?
There was a
Do you not
guy.
have enough sway
Maybe
around
it was
here?
something, but I don't know. There was
I
a
have
guy at
s-
the end. I don't know.
Would Reva think she could talk to the High Diviner without the Diviner?
No, absolutely not. Actually, I mean, she has like utmost respect for her superiors. So
Okay.
now she definitely
What would she do?
definitely. Um,
Well, how about you just explain it in character, what you do?
wait. So what do you mean? Like, what does she do?
Yeah, what do you do when you realize that the diviner has left but hasn't arrived?
So I suppose so. I don't know if there's an equivalent to like a phone in this world, but like is it, like I suppose sending would be the best one.
Yeah.
Like if there's something that allows that within the church, since she can't do it by her spell or magic, she'd use that to contact Saurus, our Divinosaurus, to let him know that they had arrived at the church without you, or without him.
Do you know what this reeks of to me? A test. This feels like we're being tested.
Feels like we probably failed.
Hmm.
We could just go back and find him. But how long is the walk?
It's right across the square.
It's annoying enough, I suppose.
I look from the sky.
I'll be right back. I will go grab him.
By yourself, or would you like company?
Come. At least one of them.
Can I join you?
Go ahead.
Lucian. I join Lucian.
Data
behind
just
him.
squats.
So the three of us go back and find him.
So Theta.
I join with Lucian.
So Theta and Reva are the
Right.
only two left.
Theta and Reva. Theta's Patches squatting right next to Reva. He's
Okay.
moving.
So do either of you say anything when they just look for him?
We know where he is, right?
You wouldn't know.
We didn't know that he was.
No,
I thought
you didn't even know that he was in the inn because
Didn't
none of you realized it.
Didn't Reva tell us?
Kinda, but he doesn't realize
She
it.
said that he left looking for you.
Okay, if I didn't know that he was at the inn, then I wouldn't have suggested to go back. Never
Well,
mind.
Rava,
Okay.
you know where the High Diviner is, correct?
Well, I briefly know him, but I've never met him in person. So, no.
Uh, hmm.
The end. So I'd probably be like, Reva, do you reckon that we should go find Cyrus at this point?
If you wish, or I can have him come here.
Reva, you know that there are multiple exarchs in the church at any one time. You can find them usually in the Church of the Library. Or no, the library of the church, sorry. There is a small library inside of the church. You can find exarchs there, usually. Do you, so you guys are just looking for him at the tavern then?
Well, if I know he was at the tavern, I just would have waited to see what Reva would have done to find him.
Right.
Wait, is Isaac still with Lucian to find the previous
Reva.
guy? That,
Yeah, you guys went back to the inn, so...
I guess it's
Currently,
just Rava.
yeah,
and-
currently Reva and Theta are waiting, and Reva's thinking about going to get a diviner. Or, exarch from the library, possibly, if that would even cross her mind. To go
Right,
under...
Yeah, because I'd imagine that one of the exarchs can get into contact with the diviner.
Yeah, for sure.
So she'd likely do that, unless the rest of the group is
Well,
going
the
to
group already
find-
went to find him. Hopefully at the tavern.
Theta- Theta's
wait, what
sticking
was the
with
name
you.
that we're going to search for him?
Yeah,
Right.
we'll head
Okay.
back to Sad Dragon Inn if
Sad Dragon.
Yeah.
we heard that he had
What?
left to find us. I imagine that would be the one place.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
Lucian, what'd you call it?
The
It
Sad
is,
Dragon
Okay,
Inn.
I misheard you. Okay.
Okay.
That's such an unfortunate name.
I hadn't thought about that. Oh shit! All right, so you guys arrive at the Sad Dragon Inn, and you look around.
Fresh Lizard is a sister company.
Yeah. Who walks in first?
I would, I imagine.
Be
Okay.
behind.
So, all right. So Lucian's the first in the door. The innkeep looks at Lucian, and then he looks at someone across the room, and then at the same time, you both say, "Hey."
Hey! Now, to the person across the inn or to the innkeep?
The innkeep says, "Hey." To you.
So, okay. Hey, I am looking for someone.
Who might that be?
I'll take a look around the room. Do I see stars?
No.
A fellow Saris, Diviner Saris, possibly came looking for us.
Why would a diviner be in my inn?
Well, we have business with him.
That'll be the
but
day.
I guess if he didn't stop by, then thank you.
Was there no one that came around looking for us?
I mean, no. Not that I remember.
You didn't see anybody in this inn at all, other than us.
No, don't believe I've.
And can I?
Is he trying to hide it, or
No. You can tell emphatically that he is telling the truth. Like, he's not
Okay.
even being deceitful or anything. He's not telling a lie.
Okay, so then if nobody has been here, I guess we would head back to the church.
Okay.
Question, can I roll for investigation just to check the around as they talk?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Where is investigation? Does that work?
It does not. You notice as much as your player would notice. Alright, so Sammy, you said in chat that Reva would go to find a Exarch. Theta, do you go with them?
Yeah.
Alright. So you guys arrive in the library. There is like a guy sitting down, what do you call it? Transposing, basically copying,
Yeah.
hand copying one book to the other. You think it's kind of weird, considering that like this isn't pre-printing press. You know, like the setting, there are printing presses, there are newspapers. I think it's kind of weird, but you don't think anything of it really.
Think he does it for fun?
Maybe. Anyway,
Aesthetic.
what? Sorry. Trying to find my notes here.
Yes, the life of a DM is very hard when it comes to notes.
Yeah. All right. So, it's a female, right? She has a scar under one of her eyes, and she's very well groomed. Brooding, kind of, over this transcription. She notices the door open to the library, because it's not really a public access library, it's specifically for people of the Church of Remembrance. High Priestess Reva, I've missed you. How have you been?
She just kind of nods, but if she really wanted to know, she'll write it down.
It's more of like a social pleasantry, like, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
nice to see you.
hmm
What brings you to my library?
Writing in her book, she mentions that the group came here to find Diviner Cyrus at the church, but he went out and, well, they went out to see if they could find him. But in the event that they can't,
When I try to find him, he's usually in his office. Have you looked there?
Did we not look there? Reva? Reva?
Reva.
Excuse me, Reva.
Make an
Did
intelligence
you not
check.
look there?
Oh, jeez.
Reva, did you check the office?
All right. What do you do when she says that?
I will do that then.
So you guys walk back out of the library. This poor librarian she's like, gosh. And she goes back to doing whatever she was. And then what do you do when you get to the door?
I jump check. I finished the scene.
You guys just
Did
arrived.
the
You guys
first one.
just arrived back at the church.
And
So
we see Reva and them.
So you have to walk out of the cathedral to get to the library. So technically they would be walking back to the meeting area or the opening foyer of the church.
Well, Reva, we did not find him. Have you found him?
Did you check the office?
Oh, we have not checked his office. Well, that might be a place to start.
As to Theta's remark, I would have she would have said, or well, written, would you have checked the office? As kind of like this very sarcastic remark. Before just
You put a slash tag.
before she goes inside, and goes to Saris's office, and well, not immediately entering, but she kind of just knocks, as a respect.
Okay. So you knock, regular knock, and then open the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Right
just
there.
sitting there looking out the window.
It's always in the last place you
Yep.
He looks back. He does that thing where he notices you, but he doesn't notice you at the same time. You can tell he's in thought. And then when someone shuffles through the doorway, he realizes that there's people here. So he turns around, glass in his hand, and he says, "I have had the worst night in my life."
Too much to drink?
That is very unfortunate.
happened?
That
It's a very
sucks.
questioning
My
look
night
by
was great.
Riva.
Sorry, one at a time. One at a time. Oh, jeez.
What happened? Is there a way I can help?
Well, I couldn't sleep, as you could imagine.
You want me to find a pillow?
There's work to be done.
You want a neck pillow?
He looks at you. He's like indignantly looking at you, like some small cockroach or something. When you mention that he has weakness, it's like, no, I don't need a pillow.
Is he drinking alcohol?
Yes. You
It's
can almost
8 a.m.
you know that smell that people have when they're drunk.
Yeah.
Of course.
He has that.
Ray,
Oh boy.
It's like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
I think that's red wine.
He really doesn't look like he got any sleep.
Ray, but does he do this often?
No, he doesn't. You would know that.
People need sleep for their focus.
She writes that no,
If they
he
waste all that
does not.
energy, it will run out.
All right.
I hope the high diviner is a little less intoxicated.
You
Very rude.
Oh yeah, I guess this.
Hey, Dad.
Sorry, it's a bit of a barrier for me because I've never had characters in games that haven't been able to talk. So you're like telepathically asking her the question, and she's like writing things down and answering them. So it's like really kind of it's like 3 steps removed.
Nobody. That's what I like about these two characters. When they talk, nobody's fucking privy. Nobody knows what the fuck they're saying to each other. They're having mind battles of sass.
So
So this is what they call mind game.
yeah, so he looks very pointedly at Rosetta. He says, "Do you mind if we have a private conversation? I know everyone will get their turn eventually." He looks at, Reva and all the other people in the party. He's like, "Please leave me alone for a moment, if you don't mind." And I
Just
mentioned...
quickly glance at everyone else, and then I'm like, "What? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I can do this."
Okay.
Sure.
So while they go back, go speak privately, Reva is going to procure just like some water for the diviner to drink when he gets back.
Yeah. By the way, before we begin this next scene, I rolled a 20 on a disadvantaged stealth check. And, yeah. I knew this would happen from, like, when you guys left the church or whatever. And, yeah, he rolled a 20 on his con check for staying awake, and then he rolled a 20 on his fucking stealth check. Which is
What a psycho.
ridiculous. I don't understand this.
Okay, so he was.
Changed.
He was that I made a roll when you guys arrived at the church because he was following you. And he crit his stealth check, and that crit allowed him to come into the church, go past you guys, and and go back. Yeah, just get really drunk while you guys spent like the next hour. All right. So.
Before we begin, so I have to make sure my food doesn't burn.
Oh yeah, I mean, next scene isn't really with you, so we can just if that's okay.
Yeah, just gonna update me on what happens or whatever, because I'm just like listening.
Yeah, it'll probably be easy to infer. So you guys leave the room then?
Yeah.
Or do you stay in the room? Because he doesn't make a motion for you to leave.
They doesn't.
If he asked for private time and Rosetta leaves, Lucian would leave.
Okay.
Leave. I stayed because he requested me.
Yeah.
Oh, he requested you. I thought he. Sorry.
Yeah,
I thought
he requested Rosetta to leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we leave.
Theta's not gonna move.
Because of the scene we had with All right. So he
Wait.
takes you to his private balcony.
Theta
You
doesn't
guys-
leave.
No, Theta stays in the study, and then he opens... So in his office, you come into the doorway, and right next to the door, to his left, is where his desk sits. And then straight ahead of that door, there's another door that leads to a balcony seat of the cathedral.
Okay. I mean, if I was walking out, and then as I was opening the door, turned around and saw Theta standing there, I would wait and see what was happening.
Okay. All right, he goes upstairs and motions that Rosetta follows him.
I will follow. Well, I'll give him like a respectful nod and follow.
Sure. You're being like timid, or are you being like deeply respectful and like irreverent?
I'm respectful of others.
Okay.
No matter what their status is.
So not timid, but like respectful, strong.
Yes.
All right. So there's like a chair. There's like a table with two chairs next to it, right next to the balcony, and you guys sit at this table, and he looks out over the huge, just vaulted ceilings and the stained glass windows of this Gothic cathedral, and he says, "In all of creation, do you know what the one constant is? Or so I've been told."
Not quite.
Deception. Us humans are sad creatures, and halflings, I think we share a lot of the same qualities, so to speak. Do you have anything to tell me, Rosetta?
You're not quite sure. But it definitely does seem like you pulled me aside for something important.
Roll deception, please. Because you know that he knows that you know. So, like...
Well, technically my character doesn't know what she's pulled aside for, but she has
She
never...
would, though, because, like... Right? I mean, maybe
I don't know,
not.
I didn't really quite hide the I didn't quite hide the fact that
Oh.
I
Yeah.
did,
Okay,
like, yes.
yeah. I guess it's not deception, really. If you think of it that way.
I don't know. I
You-
know I'm
you don't have-
stuttering and I
you-
can't
no,
get a
it's
full
fine.
sentence out, but
It's fine.
you understand
Yeah,
what I'm
I get
kinda-
where you're
kinda
coming
going.
from. Yeah, because, like, technically, it's in your
Like, she
nature
doesn't
to
feel-
write and, like, put things
Yeah,
in
she-
journals and remember them very well. And it's not really lying to him that you don't have something to bring to his attention. Right. So he goes, the last thing he said, "Do you have anything to tell me?" And you'd say, "No, not to my knowledge, not that I know of." He says, "You're somewhat of a scholar, are you not? Scholarly notes and transcriptions and etchings, and that the like."
Yes, for sure. It's definitely one of my true passions is to learn about the way everything works in this world. So I like to make notes as I learn.
You might appreciate this, then. There's something I needed to speak with you about.
That is no problem for me. I'm listening.
A very long time ago, something happened here. This very cathedral. There was a man by the name of Emric Oswin. Have you heard that name before, Rosetta? I'm surprised, considering you're under the employ of the very organization that he founded. More or less.
That's similar to Amir.
My, you really don't know a lot about this organization, then. My, it's quite all right. Your interests lie in other things, as we all have different interests, I suppose. Anyway, he founded a new way of thinking, new ideology. You ever heard of the Reformed Church of Faces?
These slight snippets of information.
And
I have not quite delved deep into
I see.
their whole lore.
It's not necessarily the knowledge you would find in a library. Other than, of course, the Great Library, but you would have to go looking. Anyway. A very long time ago, well, not very long actually, about 80 years. 85, 86, somewhere along that line. There was a man who thought that just because things have always been one way, they shouldn't always be that way. This man's name was Emmerich Oswin. He founded the church, the Reformed Church of the Faces. And they killed him for it. The first Battle of Caen was 8 years before. No, actually, 8 years after the religion was founded. It was the first record of any other religion, other than the High Church. Elnheim came to the gates of Caen. They destroyed him. They put everyone in the city to the sword, and they fled, never to be seen again. Do you know what caused his demise? Deception. His lieutenant, his right-hand man, was deceived into believing something he should not. They said, "Open the gates." So he did. They said, "Take all the guards out of the city. We have a threat to the south, not the north." All the guards were gone that day. And so they massacred us all. Thousands, tens of thousands dead to the sword. The sword of Alamar Siegfried. High Church of Faces. That'll be the day. Sorry if I am chewing your ear about this, but it's something I think you would appreciate. Anyway.
Any new knowledge.
So, now that that is over, now that you are enlightened, so to speak, I hear that you have something that I wish you did not possess. There is a specific imprint.
Oh, I see. I do have it on me. If you rather it be destroyed, I could do that. I only took another imprint for my own notes so I could learn more.
Fine, could you tear it out for me, at least? Or, just the section with the picture.
Yeah, so I'll open up my book of notes. It's on a loose page, the imprint, and I will pass it over to him. You are the one who really hired us for said mission, so I can respect what should be kept under the table.
I appreciate that. When you hand him this piece of paper, what are you thinking? Like in your brain? Like in your mind's eye, what's the thing that you're thinking?
That I didn't get a good chance to look at the imprint, so I haven't been able to create my own thoughts or any notes on the imprint or investigate it more.
Okay.
And I'm just slightly saddened that I don't get to research it, but I have to respect that I was hired for a mission, and
all right. Those
who hired me, I must respect their boundaries.
Got it. All right. So, doesn't matter actually because he failed. Never mind. So what happens is he goes to you, and you just forget that page ever existed. Like actually, you just forget it never existed in your mind.
Okay.
He doesn't get to read your thoughts, sadly, but you just don't remember that you ever had that page. He goes to you, he says, "Tell me, what is your deepest desire?"
My deepest desire?
His eye peeks, like, very curiously.
Ever since I was younger, I've always had a drive and a thirst for knowledge. And I. The best way to sum it up is that my greatest desire is to go on an adventure and uncover everything that I can learn about
Wonderful.
the world that surrounds me.
Wonderful.
Learning new ideals, ideas, even learning about the church, like this church itself.
I'm so happy to hear that our goals are aligned. Do you know... Does your entire party think this way?
It's hard to say. I personally haven't had a lot of personal deep talks with everyone before. Collectively, I believe we're on this understand what the mission in front of us is. I don't know if they have their own like thoughts or like what their thoughts are on anything
Okay.
other than to get the job done.
Alright. Thank you for being so candid with me. I really do appreciate it. Deception has no place here, and I'm glad you did not try. Now,
Oh, no.
if we should be getting back. And so he stands and opens the door and, like, motions for you to join. Or, like, to,
Yes.
go down the steps and back into the office. What have
Yeah,
you guys
I'll
been
follow.
doing in the office? I believe it was Theta and, Lucian, right? Or was...
Isaac
will
would
go-
have been there, I imagine. And Reva.
Yeah. Well, Reba was going to procure a glass of water for Divinosaurus.
Oh, right.
And then having done.
Right.
My
Okay.
for my ribs again? Where are they? Or am I
His
just
Isaac's
on
chilling in
my-
the office too, yeah.
Or I'll just
Isaac and Lucian and Theta are all just in the office. Yeah, Isaac, you're with us.
Lucian, do you think that they trust us?
I would have no way of knowing.
Only way to know what you want is to let them succeed. I think.
You both have some level of insight, right?
Very much.
Ravens and the Diviner. They need us, but they don't trust us. Would that be an accurate summation of our current relationship?
How much do they really need us is my question.
He wouldn't have gone this far if he didn't need us.
I guess we did get to see kind of an important artifact, quote unquote.
The
Well-
person wants on me. I feel like that's true. I want them to be my friends.
Agreed. I would also love.
We friends. We are friends.
So as much as we can, I guess we just
Roll with the punches.
exactly.
I was flying around yesterday. You know what I found out?
Hmm?
What is that?
Turns there was a mysterious crowbar that fell on a baby. I don't know what happened, but it fell on a baby.
I wonder how that possibly could have happened.
Make an insight check. Oh my God. Actually, no, you just know. That right? Is that fair?
inside
Like-
check.
Listen,
This
it's
is my
hard.
inside.
Listen, it's hard to even fucking tell what Theta means by that.
I know
Oh,
it was.
shit.
You're.
Theta has his name on the
it was-
crowbar.
Theta, you do have your name on the crowbar?
Oh yeah, it was your crow.
You don't happen to have it on you, do you?
What
I-
the fuck?
Do. I do. Because it seems familiar, but I wasn't afraid to wait. You want it? Because it's got red paint.
You just keep it. It's a gift.
Then this is a gift for you.
Aha, aha, aha,
Aha,
aha,
aha,
aha,
aha.
aha. Oh God, how am I coughing in my mind's eye? This is bullshit.
Okay.
Alright, that's
Can
funny.
Can I like sneak? Can I roll sneak of hand to put it inside Lucy's pocket, the bloody crowbar with baby drum?
An entire crowbar.
Tired.
Of course you can sleight of hand the crowbar at disadvantage.
I'm gonna fit it in that burgeoning bag of his.
Okay, well, since it was... Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Since it was at disadvantage. No, you don't have to roll twice, because it rolls twice for skill checks. Yeah, you got a 6. So, he tries, but fails to put it back on you somewhere. But fails. And, like, keeping it secret.
Lucian, how about we agree to this much? If nobody else will trust our little shanty group of misfits, at the very least, can we trust each other? Fuck them, got our own, right?
You're talking me, you, and Isaac?
Yes. Yes. You, me, and Isaac. You, me, and Isaac.
I very much agree with that statement.
Wonderful. We shall be team hot shit.
Hot
We'll
shit.
we shall workshop this name.
I also agree with that statement. I would very much like to workshop it. I'll think of something.
Something meaningful and impactful. Got a little,
Hot cargo?
you know, hot topic.
Hey.
Fuck.
Spencer's.
What the fuck am I doing?
So that have copyright.
Okay, I think that just about now is when they come back down.
Probably, yeah.
How do you look,
Stop
Rosetta?
talking.
Do you look like shaken by the things that you've just been told and the manner that you've been told them? You're kind of quiet.
He's small, but I'm pretty brave. I'm probably a little bit dazed because I'm probably like going back and like just recalling everything that he said. Just to like really get it into my mind of the words
Yeah.
that were spoken.
Okay. Can you roll an insight check for your interaction with the diviner, please?
Ooh, me?
Yeah. Something just came to your mind when you opened the door, when you were getting ready to come back with your friends. I think.
And you said insight?
Yes.
14.
Okay. So, you don't notice anything more than this, but it's pretty weird how he was able to exposit that fucking long-winded story. And just not lose composure hardly, while being almost too drunk to go down the steps. That's all
Okay.
you think. Yeah.
All right.
So,
Can I say something real quick?
Next.
It's like last night when I was writing down everything that I saw from the day, I imagine I would have gotten a look at this etching of the artifact and been able to recreate some sort of basic version of it. Obviously not as detailed as it would have been, but I would have drawn a picture.
Do you have proficiency for that kind of thing?
I like a cute little sketch?
I probably don't. I have proficiency in. Give me 2 seconds.
You're a rogue.
Yeah, so I have proficiency with thieves' tools,
Hmm.
and that's pretty much it.
You would
Well,
really
that's
just
just
get a
recreate-
D20, honestly, because you wouldn't get to add proficiency or anything.
Would
so
it
you
be
can
history?
try.
Because
Roll
it's just
D20.
recreating something. from
History
the
is no. It's like there's specific mechanics for recreating documents and stuff. That's the only thing I think. Roll a flat D20 and that'll determine it.
Okay, like I mentioned, though,
You
just
were capable of
something-
copying it. This roll is just to see how well you copied it.
Yeah, even just like a basic depiction, so if somebody else were to see it, they would have
Yeah.
any resemblance of what it actually looked like.
Hmm.
But that's low.
So you look back in your mind's eye and you think of the key was actually a pretty weird shape. Now that you're thinking about it, it was like a cross pattern, like an X with like a square in the middle.
Okay, and I might not have gotten it very well.
Yeah, and you might not have gotten it because it was pretty intricate.
Okay, that's fine.
You should have asked me to blow on the dice before you roll them.
Darn. Next time.
Next time. So who's next, or is that all for the pep talks?
Go ahead and ask her. I didn't give her a pep talk. I simply got what was mine. Do any of you appear visibly shaken, or like
Nope.
curious what that means?
Theta does seem to be posturing a bit in a rather not pleased manner, maybe pissed a little bit.
So you seem a bit
No,
angry. Okay.
Projecting
Yeah.
only to Rosetta. Rosetta, he didn't do anything.
Okay.
Imagine.
Isaac looks like he has no thought behind the fact.
I assure you, it's nothing to be alarmed about. I just, she had something that belonged to me. It's no problem. Anyway, the High Diviner will speak with you now, if you shall have him.
I probably look confused whenever he says that I had something of his. I'm like, what?
Can I notice that with an insight?
Yeah, go ahead.
How fair it makes you stronger.
And you're not trying to cover this up or anything, it's just obvious, so. Oh,
Okay.
so everything seems fine.
You don't know me well enough to see my facial expressions.
Yeah, you barely notice, she's so short, she's like...
I
Yeah.
am. This is factually accurate. I'm as thick as a brick.
Is that an insight roll?
Me, that was an accident.
Okay.
It looks like a fucking accident.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Crowbar.
I don't know what has
Looks
to
like
happen
it
for
was
that to
in
happen,
the-
but that's what happened.
I don't know if anyone else would be like... Well, no one else is in the room, so... I mean, Turtle, if you want to roll, but you don't really know her that well. So, I mean, go ahead and roll. Anyway, you might notice and tell everyone. Turtle? Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Totally enough.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you
Yeah.
roll... Yeah, can you roll insight for me, buddy?
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Inside.
Yeah, no one notices anything, I guess. Lucian, do you want to roll?
I guess why not? Sure.
Totally.
17!
Oh.
Love
Alright
this.
then.
Oh, you don't see what a turn is.
So on your third try, you, Lucian, you recognize, a forgetting. You see it sometimes in people where, thoughts or memories are spontaneously removed from them, and sometimes they're important, and you almost always recognize them.
I recognize that she has forgotten a memory, and not only that, I remember that this is a thing that happens to people sometimes.
Yeah, it's like a thing that happens sometimes.
Okay.
Right. So he comes down, and then he says, let's meet the High Diviner. He's expecting you.
I suppose no point in delaying this further.
Yes, quite. So
Yes,
there's a
quite.
staircase behind the there's like a huge pipe organ right in the front. It parts in the middle, and you can see like a pyramid-shaped glass pane, like a stained glass. And then behind that grand organ, there is a big set of like staircase things. I guess, yeah, a big staircase behind the organ that goes up, and it's like, what do you call it? It's covered in like a red velvet type thing, but it doesn't feel like velvet. It feels like leather.
Ooh.
It's like a deep crimson.
Ooh, is this dragon scale? Is this something fancy?
You can make a history check. You might realize what it is.
All right, I'm getting my fingers up in that.
Oh!
I'm stimming, baby. I'm stimming, baby.
Oh!
19.
You've only ever seen this in one other place. Where does... You're Elven, right?
Yep.
Alright, have you ever been in the capital of the Elven city? Like the Capitol building?
Briefly.
There's a big circular rug in the Capitol building of the Elven province of... Hold on, I have a map here. Where is it?
Hit me with that beautiful, beautiful elven name.
Imthias.
Infius.
There is a very large city on the northern coast called Imthias. It has a capital building, and on the center of that, no one ever walks on it. Yeah, you don't recognize what the material is. It's even unknown to you. You just realize that you've seen it before in one other place. So it must be expensive.
Did you import this from Infius, or do you just have the same buyer? Seller. Seller was the word I was going to use.
I don't remember where we got that. It's been there as long as I can remember. And
That's curious.
actually, you can roll deception check on that, or I can roll matched and you can insight, because he's trying to hide it.
Oh, you little bitch.
Oh, I'm not even gonna roll.
That one.
He knows where it's come. He knows where it's come from. You can tell with that crit. He put it there. At some point, he put it there.
I'm not a detective, but I do see the aged fingerprints of a diviner on this particular fabric. Good sir, you wouldn't happen to be lying to us.
This is all in my head, in the diviner's head. So, he has the message cantrip, or is that a cantrip or a first level spell?
That's a cantrip.
Is it? Oh, message is a cantrip. I'm thinking of something else. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe it's sending. That's another.
Wait,
Okay.
the mind thing is a first level spell, right? That's sending, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you
He
send
does
back
that. He does
message.
that to you.
Message is.
It's the first time anyone has done that for a while. And he says, "You know not what you speak, boy."
You know not what of you speak if you're calling me a boy.
This place is beyond your imagining.
I don't imagine much.
Quite.
Yes, quite.
Can
Fucking weird conversation.
Alright, so that's a conversation that happens as you guys are going up the stairs. He's not going to tell you, unless you try to persuade him, he's not going to tell you.
They're just staring each other down from across the hallway.
If you'd like, you can roll a persuasion check, maybe.
I have an
Am I-
intimidation. My raw stupidity will not be thwarted.
Yeah.
I, just as a side thing, can
Are you speaking
Leva
to them with
notice?
your mind again?
What?
So, sorry, as a side. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Are you speaking with people through your mind again?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, this is
always
this is an entirely mental conversation.
It's entirely mine.
Is it like
I'm-
they're looking straight ahead, or are they like just staring at each other?
No, this is just like a regular paced conversation but not conversation, but he doesn't miss a step, basically. It's just
I'm going to-
in passing.
Turn to Isaac.
Hmm.
And I'm going to say, Isaac, and I'm going to make sure that the diviner can hear this. Isaac, you should feel this fine leather. It's very fancy. Don't know where it's from though. It might be expensive. Don't get too handsy with it, but maybe you should. I'm gonna make an intimidation check.
Scale like leather. It's a dragon.
I'm using
It's not
Isaac
scale-like.
as a threat, motherfucker. Isaac's gonna get handsy with it. It's gonna scratch the leather. Fuck you, old man.
So will this happen? Not like before the intimidation thing happens, but
Yeah.
the side thing. Can Raven like make an
Minor
insight check to notice if
You would
Well,
have to roll
I
really
think-
well because they're both not really missing a step, unless
it's
Theta
just to see if
says.
The moment
It's-
where you would
Insight check?
notice is when Theta like turns their head towards Isaac, and Isaac
Okay.
I was actually gonna ask as well if I could roll an insight to see if they were talking.
All right, just to simplify things a bit, I think it's fair to say you all realize that there is a conversation being had that you're not necessarily privy to. It's directed from Theta to the diviner.
Okay.
Yeah, but sorry, real quick. The main in check that I was seeing was not that if there was a conversation, but just by just kind of studying the diviner's face, see if he was getting like irritated
Sure.
at all,
Go
or
ahead.
at least
Also roll insight.
By all means, everyone roll insight. Why not?
Everybody, fucking vibe check this shit.
16.
If you're allowing.
Um,
Oh, that's not an insight.
I don't even think he's trying to hide it, really. You can see him. He's getting visibly angry. The fact that anyone would recommend, or the fact that anyone would say that he knows what this is, makes him angry.
and with the 19, would Brava know that that anger is coming from a particular source?
So, when you were a little girl in the church, you walked in on him drinking a little bit too much. It's a habit he does every year or so, once a year, maybe. You walked in on him drinking, and at that point, you had never seen him drunk before, and that's the same type of anger he's showing right now. Almost like he didn't want you to know about this.
Yusuf drunk dad complex daddy issues. Hala.
Oh yeah, I got some baby trauma going on here.
Oh god,
What
becoming
do
too
you think?
real for me.
Man.
Getting too real.
How's that intimidation check panning out?
Oh. How do I oppose intimidation? Is that a thing I can do? Is it a charisma save?
How do you what?
Yeah.
Oppose
Would it be a
intimidation?
I think
It does.
essentially you rule the DC based off of
I'll
what
say
you
this.
think it might be.
Based on this guy's capabilities, that means nothing to him.
He's also really
it's
drunk.
yeah.
The intimidation going
All
on
right.
Isaac.
Yeah, that's true. I'll drop it a tier. I'd say the 17. He'd say, like, with that same message thing, he'd say something along the lines of, "'Twas another life. Please don't mention it anymore."
You ever listen to somebody mentally test?
From time to time.
They throw their arms up in the air very avant-gardely. Well, I suppose another time then.
She's gonna Reva is gonna like, I imagine that while this is happening, we just kind of like stopped for a second, like before going up the like would you say it was like a grand staircase?
Yeah, it's like a staircase that is way too tall. It's one of those staircases where there should be a landing like halfway up for people to rest, but there's not.
Okay. Yeah, so
Goes all the way
Sure.
from one side of the building to the other, and this building is like 40 feet tall.
of course, and so with a kind of pointed look towards everyone, like she writes large, big enough that everyone can see at this point. Rather than stop in the middle, let us continue. And like you can see that there's like there's a, sort of like a I thought like most like if she were to be angry
So you
to
convey,
communicate that through writing.
yeah, you convey the,
Convey
yeah,
anger
anger
and
and,
annoyance.
yeah, of course. So, you reach the top of the staircase and you look around, and the first thought that comes to your head is, Reva, I don't think you've ever seen this room before. This is a room completely unfamiliar to you, and with the size of the church, and with how long you've been at the church, living there, it's like saying you've never been in the attic of your own home. You've always known it was there, but you've never really gone up there. There is a eerie chill to the place, almost like a almost like a refrigerator, but not quite like that.
Right. So I'd imagine that like you said, she knew it was here, but perhaps that she wasn't permitted up here, like it wasn't allowed.
Yeah. I mean, it
Okay,
wasn't
yeah.
expressly said to you that you shouldn't come up here. It's just like a thing that people do. You know, you don't really come up here. It's not a thing.
Yeah, probably because her duties at the church didn't really require her to go up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And so he approaches. It's like a big foyer with like a table in the middle, a pretty long one, like a dinner table, sorta. But they have a mess hall in the basement of the church. It's a table like that, but it's very ornate, and the chairs have very, very tall backs. And you go around the table and through another door. Now, the spaces below you seemed very cavernous, even for a cathedral. But this building, you look up and there are no supports anywhere. Like architecturally, this shouldn't work. There's just a giant domed room, about 20, 30 feet tall, with a relief, like a Michelangelo-esque painting on the top of it. Who would have the best religion check out of all of you?
My religion,
Mine's +1.
mine is a 0.
Mine is 2.
Okay. So it
Or
sounds
said
like Lucian
Vinny?
has the best. Or
Vinny,
other
you have a
than-
higher religion than 2?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I just have to.
Okay. All right. Can we both roll, or
Sure. Yeah, both roll.
Nice.
So the picture is of it's like an oval shape going from like one end to the other end, and it's painted landscape. So on the very top of the ceiling, like in the south side of the building, there is one half, and then on the north side there's the other half. And you have to like crane your neck upwards because it's so fucking tall. It's another thing is it's pretty dark up there, but not down here because there's a lot of windows. The floor doesn't really reflect very much of the light, so you can't make out the very edges of it. It's very shadowy. If you maybe had like a light cantrip or something crazy like that, you could see the edges, but the very center shows something of like a octahedron, sort of like a 100-sided dice. On one side, there's basically 4 sides. There's 4 sides of varying colors of light. You could cast a light cantrip here if you wanted, but I'm just basically giving you a passing description of it so you guys know pretty much what it's about. So it's like a cloud on the top and like a smoke cloud on the bottom. And
Question. Sorry
yeah.
to,
What?
Is this a dim lit room?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
I can
up
see
there
it
it counts
normally.
as dim light. Okay.
Oh,
well-
I can see it normally.
Well, do you want to make a
Dark
religion
vision.
check? Maybe you know more than the other people do.
I have dark vision, so dim light is natural, and dark is dim light.
Right. Make
Really?
a religion check so you can like interpret it maybe.
how tall is the ceiling?
50, 60 feet tall.
How long is the dark vision?
True.
60 feet at most, right?
But no, it's like light up into the point where where the painting starts.
So you'd be able to see it either way.
Yeah, you'd be able to see the edges either way. If you have that like dim light thing, okay, with a 16, and then both Lucian and Rosetta rolled a 19, so that's perfect. So on the very, very, very top, there is a orb of purple light. It's like a painting of light, but it sort of shimmers, maybe like metallic paint or something. On the
Replicated with
bottom,
minor illusion.
it's not really. It's not an illusion. It's just like metal paint, pretty much. On the
I want
bottom,
to replicate it down here. So I love it. I want to use minor illusion to replicate the painting to our down view so we don't have to look at.
you would have to make like a crit to do that. It's a very ornate painting. Like that's not minor illusions type stuff. That's like, yeah, you can't do
Major
that.
illusion? Major illusion?
Maybe, if you rolled well enough, I'd say DC 15.
Of what?
Whatever your major illusion spell is, it like has a DC, right? Or is that just one of those skill
Minor
things?
It's like a cantrip.
Honestly, this is really just making it convoluted. It's you can see it well enough. There's not really a lot to the outside. There's nothing hinting at extra information on the sides. It's just this ginormous, like, many-sided object. Anyway, there are, in total, 6 orbs of light. At the very top, there is like a golden white. At the very bottom, there is a pure white. On the left, there is purple. On the right, there is blue. Then, like, the top left, there's like a green. And then there's a bunch of other colors, basically. I'll try to think of I'll try to, like, make a picture of it at some point. But
Draw it on the thingy.
I don't even know if there's a... Hold on.
Blue, green,
Draw shape.
purple,
Alright.
white,
So white.
oblivions, order,
So, like...
knowledge, chaos.
And then, like...
I think in China, white means death. White means death in China.
That is Emir, yes?
Or was it Japan?
You know, Diviner, you keep such wonderful, beautiful things hidden.
What? Oh, yeah. Sorry, this is a lot of effort. I didn't realize you guys were going to come up here this session.
This is the life of a DM.
But here we are.
Surprise.
I recognize white, purple, blue, but
Check, what do I know about this?
2 seconds.
this is alluding to the faces.
I'm
right?
trying to find a good color for this. Okay.
Green. Where's the green? Green justice.
Alright. So that's what you see.
Would we be able to roll to tell if this has anything to do with the faces?
That's what your religion check was for.
Okay.
So
Perception.
they're not presented.
religion
The
check.
faces aren't presented to you. But what is this? It's like a shaped like that, kind of like a lattice. And you know that blue in the middle is the center, the source. The source of all magic. You know...
The conduit.
Yeah, the conduit. You know that the green is usually, like, that color of green is usually shown by Zotal, the entropic face of chaos. You know that the, like, cyan color is, like, usually Mamera. You know that the purple is usually Oius, the like face of order. And then Emir is usually the white one. You don't
Blind
remember.
or is there green?
Oh. Shit.
Yellow.
Wait, is it? Did I not put green on there? That's important. Shit.
It's yellow. Oh, unless you're referring to a different one of the. But yeah, there is yellow there on the bottom.
Double check
There's
something.
black, white, orange, purple, magenta, yellow,
There you
red.
I'll,
Or sign.
you know what? Fuck it. There's just a giant painting on the floor. You realize this, and you're like, wow, I should probably ask the DM next session what that means.
It's a huge mirror. It's a huge mirror.
Yeah.
It's a mural, and you realize that some of the colors are represented by faces. You realize that the different colors are, in more manner of speaking, represented by this. You've never seen the shape in the middle before, though. Although it is reminiscent of an orb, it's not necessarily reminiscent of a octahedron, like I said.
How orb, no circle.
Right.
Wait.
The light is more of like a ball of light. So you see all these lights and all these huge paintings. One above, one below. All of the ones above are casted in like a setting that would make you feel tranquil or tranquility or happy. And the bottom is more of like a negative sort of feeling. Not necessarily loss or sadness, just disdain, modern, sort of like lost for what could have been. Not necessarily loss or sadness.
Sorry, just double checking. I misheard half of that. The top, where the white is, was seen as more joyful.
So the graph is wrong. Let me just clear the drawings because I that's completely wrong.
Okay. Side with Mamera and the green one or whatever. That is the joyful side.
The good side and the bad side. So the good is the side where Oeus is.
Okay.
The bad is the side where Emir is.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that it wasn't made by somebody who thought Emir was good, kind of thing, Okay, right. I got it.
Yeah. The left is Mamera and the right is Oeus. There are other colors that describe other faces. The people with the religion chicks could say. But mostly it's just like a loose assumption.
I don't even need to make a religion check to recognize what it was.
Honestly, like, if you would have gotten above a 12, that's fair. Anyone who rolls insight or honestly, yeah, you pretty much all can realize this, I'd say.
Okay.
And so, what stands before you is just the biggest stained glass window you've ever seen.
Whoa.
And standing in front of it, a man in a black cloak, facing the window, hood up.
Hi.
So you guys approach. Okay. So the diviner Saris says, "Hi, Diviner Segric. I humbly apologize for our tardiness. I had to have a conversation or two with them, but here they are." He turns around.
Sorry. Real quick.
Yep.
So, just immediately, again, as high respect for our superiors, Rava kind of, if you know what like a knightly bow or something, it's like
right.
onto like one knee and then like hand over your chest as a sign of respect.
Yeah,
like,
since you're a knight of the order, you would realize that you are supposed to be supplicant to this man. Like,
yeah.
If there is a man who is like the best that you can talk to in this church, that's him. This is basically the Pope.
If I were to see Rava do this, I would follow.
I suppose Theta would drop into the silent ally bow. It's like a caster.
Do you guys all
Just
bow the same?
nah,
No,
nah, nah.
no, no.
Isaac just offers
Same, but I
pizza.
will display respect and bow and bow.
Sure.
I'll
Okay.
do it.
Isaac-
Very specific.
Isaac is confused and just offers pizza to the guy. You want it? Here you go. It's a nice gift for okay.
Hmm.
Theta
Nice
is
to meet
this
you.
special.
Okay.
I would mimic Reva specifically.
That's fair. Okay.
I stand and offer pizza for a happy like.
So you're standing and you're
First-
talking to him and you're saying, you like some pizza? That's
Hey.
what you do? Are you
It's
sure?
a gift.
Oh
It's a gift
Are you positive?
with the happiest sound.
Okay.
It's a gift.
Oh my God, Matt Pat, look out! Don't give the Pope Undertale.
Oh my god. I'm trying to read this spell.
Oh,
One second.
Forward kill.
Oh, no.
Forward kill.
Oh no.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
How much wisdom could you possibly
Huh?
My
have?
pizza.
How do you have?
So wisdom.
Eat my
So wise.
Wise
I'm wise, but
Isaac
fuck.
Sears.
Wow.
It doesn't. It does
Surprising.
nothing.
He
That's
turns
awesome.
around and he says, "Be silent!"
Oh dear.
And so you still just ask him for pizza.
You know what pizza?
You insolent fool. Do you know
No,
not
I-
who you speak to?
I am new in town. I have no knowledge.
Saris looks at you like you just... like someone who just kicked a baby. What do you do?
I do it in sign language instead.
You don't get down? Like
I get
everyone
down.
else?
I get down. But not really like scared, like, okay. Like that.
Hmm.
I follow
Uh,
everyone else because it's fun.
Okay, so you do or don't kneel before
I
him?
do.
Okay.
I do. But
Good.
not in a weird way. Like a happy way.
Okay. Alright. So after a pregnant pause, Saris says, "Segeric, I am so very sorry for you." And he just, like, kneels down, like you guys. And says, "Leave us, Saris. You are no longer needed here." And so, with, like, the utmost haste, Saris leaves. And Segeric turns around and looks out the window again. For about a minute, if you let him.
Yeah.
He turns back around. He says, "Shall we start again? I, as you might have heard, am High Diviner Segeric of the High Church of Remembrance. Who
Isaac
are
says-
you?" And he points to Isaac.
My name is Isaac. Nice to meet you.
And the rest of you?
As per ability to not be able to speak, Rava, or wrong character, sorry,
Yeah.
Reva will, I mean, it's like,
we can
you know, like,
say we can say that the version of Common they're speaking has a sign language version for your name.
okay,
If
so,
that's fair. Or you can do the book thing, I'm cool with that.
I mean, like, I always imagined her as, like, being more of a book person rather than the signing type, but, okay, so I imagine she does both, but in this,
Yeah.
Probably know the name at least.
Okay.
yeah, so, yeah, she'll, in this case, rather than writing it in her book, she'll kind of assign to Piedfinder Segric her own name.
Okay. And the rest of you, do you say your names?
Yeah, after she goes, Lucian Diamere.
Is there,
Still bowing, I will say Rosetta Francois.
all right. You all take turns saying your name, right?
And I am Fate. Of course, again with the fucking brain bullshit.
Yeah. And he looks at you in surprise when you talk in his brain. Wait. You know, it'd be more interesting if he didn't allow that. So you want to make an opposed wisdom check?
Alright, yeah, sure.
It's just gonna just not like it's sort of like if you imagine like a disappointed
He's there.
look or shake of her head, like pretty much that.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when you do that.
Then I guess you're not getting my name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You go to speak and no words happen, but I think he's understanding of that. I think he realizes that you try to talk to his mind and he doesn't like that, but, you know.
As like
You're
like
missing out
so
on a lot of Chad, you fucking old ass man.
as part of her.
Oh yeah, I didn't ever give a physical description of this guy. Right, so he turns around and you can see that the trim of his hood is like like a golden sort of weave pattern. You can tell it's actual gold, which you haven't really seen. Gold's pretty rare, believe it or not. But most things in this world are just gold leaf. So you see his cloak, and under the cloak is that of a white-haired, very, very old,
Long pubes.
very, very old man. You can tell that he's like vaguely like southern, like from Ebbon but southern. Other than that, you notice he has very like vivid green eyes, and that's it. Do any of you speak up other than your name?
Absolutely not.
Raven doesn't necessarily speak up, but she does sign and again bows and.
You don't have to sign. He like perfectly is fine with you. Like he looked at your book rather than your sign when you did both.
Okay. Yeah, so she'll write in her book then, as per what she normally does. Again, also deeply bowing as per my own devotion. I humbly apologize for these, those two imbeciles over there.
Wait, am I a part of that?
Well, I mean, just the so Theta and Isaac.
Data did nothing wrong.
No, there's like it's a very quiet, very open room. So you just hear like a bunch of scribbling in her notebook or whatever. You write with a pencil or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just hear like scribbling just echoing off the walls. And you realize now that he hasn't like breathed. Like, you know how people have like a normal in-out of air? He hasn't done that.
Am I able to somehow insight or perception or something to tell if this guy is even alive as a regular human being?
He has a timer.
I don't know if you can even allow me to do that, or if that's something that's not allowed.
Make an insight check.
Oh, I don't know why the second one happened. The first one, 3.
You can tell, yeah, you can tell basically the same thing. It's, with, like, the extra added attention, though, you do realize that he does make noises. Like, he makes, sort of like a sickening gurgle every time he would breathe. Something in his... something in his chest makes that noise.
Okay.
He goes, I remember you. And he points at Reva. You are next in line, so to speak. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Would she know what he's talking about?
So there's a process called the affirmation, I think it is what I called it in the world. I put it in the church document. I forget where. One sec.
Oh, right, like to become like the next step up from her position as primer or primarch or prime, something like that.
Yeah, to go from prime to exarch.
Okay, yeah. And she would nod at that.
Mm-hmm. You know, I speak to the faces directly, girl. You know what they tell me about you and your little friends? They tell me that you are worthy of the task at hand. Every, voice, every vocalization he makes is just ends in a rattle. Like he's running out of air, not like he has a little bit of air left to breathe. And so he gestures to the door. Says, go talk to Purity again. She has something to say, or so I am told.
So is that to just Reva, or is that to like everyone?
Everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thanos will rise from his crouch position. He's gonna dust off his goddamn knee.
Does anyone look at his face?
I
look at
would.
it.
Reva doesn't. She's gonna do what he tells him, or do what he says.
So
Isaac looked directly. Directly.
Lucian and Isaac both make eye contact.
I would attempt to take a look at what he looks like. Actually, yeah.
Okay. Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
My character would probably just take a glimpse if she looked up, but would not purely focus on his face.
Ironically, being the only person who didn't look, Reva, you know the most about this man. Out of all of them. Just being in his presence, you can feel that the power, you know how you walk into a church and you just feel different? Like you're somewhere sacred. You feel that you feel that extremely amplified near him.
Mm.
You can tell that he's not just a man behind power, he might be a man of power.
I have a theory, but I mean,
Yep.
I'll explain my theory once the session is done. But
Okay.
I will keep that to myself now.
So you meet. Do any of you in between right here, ending the conversation, and at the bottom of the very long staircase, do anything else other than walk and be silent?
I'm just looking around. Usually just because I'm curious and I like to see if I could find any murals or artifacts, anything that look cool, look at anything of importance.
Yeah. Do you think that...
Well,
let me... Yeah, one sec. I'll get to you next. I promise. Alright. Rosetta, do you think that she would notice the stained glass behind him? In that moment, being as, respectful as she is to people like that. I mean, not really more respectful, but, same level of respect, right?
I would have definitely looked at the stained glass before we bowed, and then probably as we stood back up and before we left, I'd probably look at it again.
Okay. Make a perception check at disadvantage. I know this is a terrible check for you, but you might hit it.
Perception. Oh, wrong way. That way. And then,
Oh,
Well then.
yeah.
okay.
Wow. So the motif from the stained glass is the same that is in the the regular Grand Cathedral, but there is one difference. At the very top of the pane, there is a golden figure putting a spear into something. You kind of forget what it was. Make a history check, please. It's very important.
Yeah.
I wouldn't push two rolls on the same thing.
Something. Okay. Sorry, you said a.
I'll say DC 10 history check, just regular.
Ooh, easy. Hit him with it.
History.
Okay.
Just made it.
So you see a figure of gold, like a white light gold, stabbing into a figure of purple. And that's what you remember from the stained glass. Alright. Next is Turtle, right? Or is it Lucian? Or who talked before?
I think it was Lucian. Wasn't it?
Okay.
I did not talk.
Oh, I'm stupid.
Okay, Turtle,
He was
what
so fun.
did you have? Okay, you're good. So no one
He
else?
was fun.
No one else says anything? Okay.
I actually,
really-
I speak to
But
her.
I don't really know why he's very grumpy. You know why he's grumpy? Hello?
Is that Isaac asking someone?
Yeah. Okay.
It's like as you're walking
Yeah.
away.
Who is he asking?
All of you. I don't, like, do you have any idea why he's grumpy? He
have
shouted when I
no
offered pizza.
Goddamn clue.
I think
You want
generally,
pizza?
I think generally people with power prefer people without power to respect them, and sometimes it can be taken as not respect to just refer to them as a regular person. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No. I don't
Okay.
understand.
Okay. Purity? We're going to purity?
Rava, I must ask, have you noticed that there is a trend? The expectations for us keep getting higher, yet very little respect is being shown to us. I have noticed, in fact, that everyone has looked down at us, while seemingly expecting us to talk to, God?
She kind of lets out like a deep, like, inaudible sigh because she doesn't have a voice, or at least not to your knowledge. She just quickly scribbles in her book and says, "It is something you learn to acknowledge the longer you're in the church. Now I hope that you learn more respect to the superiors here, otherwise things may not end up very well for you, or rather any of you."
One must raise all to raise thyself. Is that not the motto? I
Yeah.
feel unraised.
I think genuinely it is simply because we're just being brought into this.
Yes.
Eventually, after some time, after some knowledge, I think we would definitely be respected, especially among normal common folk. I mean, how many people can say that they actually spoke face to face with the great diviner?
Well, I disagree. Rava has been here longer than any of us, yet she is treated as much a dog as we, no?
No,
How much
actually,
do you believe?
I think he was just angry at me. I don't feel like a dog. I feel like me.
Rava has gotten, from at least what I've seen, special treatment.
You may call me a dog, but I have been here all my life. It is all I know. Now, stop with the impudent questions and let us continue before, well, at least you lot get another earful.
Full of what?
Okay, so it sounds like the conversation has come to a natural end.
Yep.
So you meet Saurus at the base of the staircase, and he says, "I hope everything came to a natural end, of course. Everyone
It was
intact."
fun. Yep, I feel it.
Some more than others.
He
Yeah,
did
we're
not
in
allow me to introduce
some
myself.
should not have came back.
Oh, yes,
Isaac's
that
wings
is
flutter a
a
little bit.
specific
Happy smile.
inability to give up control he has. I've known him as long as anyone, and I know that to get to where you do, you don't allow yourself to be read or entered willy-nilly.
Well, I will ask for consent next time.
I suppose that's a bit
I will
hard
try
in
and
your,
learn to be
in your
better.
position. Perhaps have someone else ask for you.
Lucian,
Mm-hmm.
you'll ask next time for me, right?
Ask for what? Sorry, I was not paying attention.
So I may consensually enter another man's mind.
Oh, yes, I definitely can do that. I'm fine with you speaking in my mind at any time.
Look at this. This is a budding bromance. There's just a smug ass aura behind that mask.
Saurus lets out a visible sigh. He's like, "If you're quite done."
Just, some formalities we have to discuss, definitely. But yes, we are done. We were
Very
told
well.
to speak to Purity again.
Yes, I was there.
Who's curious?
I
In
thought Cyrus
spirit.
left.
In spirit.
In spirit.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
He told you to bark. You did.
Wait,
So you
what?
say that to you say that to you say that to Saurus?
You know what? I'm having second thoughts. I'm gonna say that just to my bro Lucian.
Okay.
And give him a little elbow, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That's probably for the best. Yeah.
Okay.
So Saurus says, "Yes, you were supposed to see Purity again." And every time he says Purity, he's just like, "Please don't strike me, please don't strike me." You know, like that kind of thing. Like, very wary that he's saying the name. Sort of like how you would say Voldemort in Harry Potter.
I thought you just say Big T.
Except like with God.
Right.
What about Big T?
So-
when you say purity, you get anxiety for some reason.
Right.
Big
He
T.
sends it like this to the group chat.
Purity.
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 Yeah, just like how Jewish people write God. It's great. It's a good job.
Very well. If you would follow me, I shall escort you to the door and give you what you need to succeed.
Lead the way.
Let's go!
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
So, you guys go to the like the front area in the foyer of the church, and you see on a table there is a paper scroll. On it, I imagine one of you pick it up and look at it. On it, there is a seal.
Isaac picks it up.
There is a seal that looks remarkably similar to the box that you, like, to the one under the box in the private room of the Great Library.
Isaac opens the thing.
Yeah, and then on the bottom of that paper, there is basically a blurb of text saying that by order of the Church of Remembrance, this party is privy and able to access information regarding the comings and goings of the Church of Remembrance, and therefore shall have free rest in any of our establishments. In much flowery language, of course. It's like a legal document saying that you're basically marshals now, able to do with what you want.
Wait, after the session, you should definitely message me a little bit more of what that entails specifically. I
Yeah.
would be interested in using and abusing that to my
In between-
greatest potential.
Yeah, I'll cover it. Okay. And so
Later.
like there's that, and then on the table there's a key.
I like keys.
Can you guess what the key looks like?
The same to that door, to the cube?
It looks a lot like the keyhole that you inscribed in the crypt.
Amazing. Moving up in the world, Theta.
And so this ends the session.
Cool.
Eh,
I hope everyone enjoyed themselves.
Yeah.
That's a really good session.
oh, so much.
Playing the part of a very devoted cleric is.
I hope that you guys realize I'm not just being like favoritist. You guys are have your turn. It's just that like specifically 2 of the people had direct correlation to the story this episode. And
Oh, I completely get it.
Yeah.
I used one player to drive most of the beginning of my campaign because you kind of need
and
somebody to
it's
do
not
that.
just the one. It's not necessarily just her. You guys have been in the employ of the church for a while, but it's just like, you know, she's the highest in the church and therefore the most respected, and so that's who they're going to target for all of their high tier jobs.
I had to do that. All of my other players were hermits.
Oh no.
All hermits and one with the military, basically.
Yeah, but in the time between now and next Friday at 10 p.m. EST, I will prepare both I'll do my best rendition of the, like, what do you call it? Picture on the top of the church, like on the
Okay.
ceiling of the second floor, and I will write up a handout explaining your legal rights as marshals of the church. They wouldn't really call them marshals. It'd probably be an inquisitor.
Oh yeah. Theta looks
Perfect.
See, Isaac is problematic
Is that
because that's the goal.
we don't think
Is
we
it-
have all the information. I don't know if we're missing a couple of links to the backstory of what you've released, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I scoured the
Really?
World Anvil as much as I could, and I still felt like there's a lot that I actually was not able to.
Can you
see
name
or-
some of the stuff that was covered that you didn't know?
Um,
I just,
practically any time you were like, "Oh, you don't know about that?" I'm like, "No, I don't."
well, I mean, I wrote a lot of it down pre this on the World Amble page, but if there's a problem with you viewing some of the pages, then I understand completely.
Yeah, so with the World Anvil page, I can get to the home page, and then, like, even, like, going into, like, player options and equipment and stuff like that, I can't get into it. I'm literally just stuck on the home
Huh.
page and the basic information
So you
on
can't
there.
see like if you go to that, I'll link this again for everyone just for me to troubleshoot in the meantime. If you click on that under timelines, there's a link called the History of the Plane of Remembrance.
that one thing was the only thing on this entire page that I was not able to see before until halfway through the session, but I didn't want to read it in the middle of the session. Is that where most of the information was?
I
that
wouldn't say
didn't-
most. I would say a lot of the major stuff, like namely like the arrival of all of the faces to our plane, the exile of the diviner Almar Siegfried, which turned into the founding of the Reformed Church, the founding of the church, and then the War of the Four Faces.
Okay, so that
was
was
a
pretty
big
much
thing.
a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I described to Rosalind. Or
So-
Rosetta, sorry.
I took extensive notes. I'm gonna go through it back and
Yeah.
talk about it with Vinny, and then we'll see if there was something else that for some reason we were
Sure.
missing or
I think
whatever,
I
and then we'll ask you
described-
about it.
I described the sack of the city a bit more in depth than I ever did during the session. I'll for sure remember that and probably touch up some of the notes later. But honestly, a lot of this stuff, unless it's directly related to the story, and if you want to get the most out of it, for sure read everything I write. I'd love it, but like you don't have to if you don't feel like it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Sometimes just felt just a little bit lost, but
I can understand.
that kind of
Yeah.
just happens, especially with such a RP heavy and extensively written world.
Yeah.
As far
A
as I can
normal
tell.
a normal session 0 would have been like, hey, go here, do the thing, in like 3 hours of combat.
And then
Yeah.
we got fucking
All right,
man of the
so
high wall over here telling us the goddamn history of the world.
because pretty much all of you represented your interests, I'm gonna give you a flat amount of XP. Just because we forgot to, we weren't in a position where we could do goals ever.
We're allowed 3 goals. Are we allowed to make 3
Yeah,
to start off?
You
at the
can
beginning
make
of next?
three per session. We'll cover goals next time. The reason I didn't bring it up this time is because you had no fucking idea what was going on, right?
I got goals anyway, baby.
All right, so
I kind of had goals in mind, but it's fine.
looking up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you guys were comfortable, were as comfortable as you were with my homebrew system. I appreciate it. I'm trying.
Honestly, lots of fun. I've wanted something like this. This amount of RP that we've been doing and everything. It's great. I love it.
I believe.
Yeah, I'm not the best at role playing, but I do appreciate a RP heavy campaign.
So, is there anything about the setting that you feel doesn't fit?
Not really.
Stands out to me.
I mean, not that I can think of.
Hell yeah.
I think
Really?
I suppose Data himself stands out a little bit, but that's kind of his goal.
He's just a unique character.
Just not-
You'll blend in once we discover more about how you tie into this world.
Yeah, like everything will
Yeah.
flesh out in time.
Flesh.
Question. Do I still get? Can I cast dust on myself still?
Can you cast
Like,
what?
So I can boost myself up. Cast dust on myself.
Can
Is
you?
it still possible?
I'm sorry. Can you? Can you what?
Cast gust on myself.
What does
Is
Gus
it still
do?
possible? It pushes. It pushes like a person up somewhere.
I mean, the session's over. We're kind of like wrapping up. I mean, if you had ideas in the beginning of next session, just like write it down in your journal, and I'll talk about it then.
Essentially, it's just a cantrip that you get to cast to push something 5 feet.
I mean, sure. What'd you have in mind?
Critic one, isn't
He
it?
just
I
uses
want
it
to fly around.
up and jump high.
Just launch yourself 5 feet in the air every few
Yeah,
seconds.
then I glide, and when I glide in my Simic hybrid, I go twice like the distance of how I'm falling.
Awesome. Okay, so you
What-
all got
what-
the equivalent of a deadly encounter, which would be 100 XP.
So 300
Cool.
to
Was
get to
that-
level 2.
What's my thing with the?
And then
the
in
deadly
in
encounter?
future, I believe the rulings page says a lot about the XP you'll get from the goal system.
Okay.
One sec. It's like 50 times your level if you just work on something. And then, oh wait, actually, it's encounter difficulty times 3. So you guys are level 2. Congratulations.
Woo! Woohoo!
Yeah, because
What
it's
about my thing with the priest? Was it deadly?
well, no, like everyone has a deadly encounter XP, just flat. Because you could have multiple goals per session. I just kind of didn't really touch on it until session 2. So
yeah, essentially we all just did a deadly encounter times 3 for like the quest of the first session. So
yeah,
we
and I
all
mean,
were able to get
level 1
300
is
XP.
pretty damn boring in my experience because you don't really have a lot of cool shit. So by like the first combat, I aim to have you guys at least like part of the way to level 3.
Alright, I get my Eldritch Invocation. Fuck yeah. I'm considering that my gift from my patron.
Okay, and now everyone roll their HP.
Oh, yeah.
Scream.
Well, I got completely average. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Shit.
Ooh, I didn't know
Wait,
there.
I'm searching how much.
Okay, so I know. So this might be just a DM ruling, but I mean personally in my own campaigns, if one rolls a nat 1, I just have them take average because otherwise,
Yeah.
it makes sense that you can make something harder, but it's hard to balance something when everyone is.
Yeah, it
like,
does. It does make sense in that ones to be at least re-rolled. I don't know. I think average or re-roll.
Yeah, re-rolled would probably
I got
make sense.
15
a better
health
sense.
points now. A bestie. 15 health
You have advantage on Constitution saving throws that used to maintain concentration of the spell.
Alright, so Theta, did you roll again? Or do you want to take the average?
Also, I need to learn what Font of Magic is. Sorcerer, Font of Magic.
Oh, I just realized I added the wrong thing. I was looking at the wrong thing. So it's a +0. Because it's add con, right?
And
Yeah.
if you would rather have not rolled, I will allow you to take average. I didn't really think of that. I always roll my hit points any game I play. So I assumed that all of you would as well. But if you want to just take whatever the book gives you, which is average on a D8, right? Or your hit dice.
Similarly,
Average on your hit dice, I think, is what the book ruling is.
I would love
Yeah.
to roll, and then if I get lower than average, take the average. If you would be fine with that, but that might be too strong.
If you get a 1, you can take the average.
Okay, I'll agree to that.
That's probably fair, I think. So
Yeah, pretty much.
all right.
Noah, do you know the average for rogues on the top of your head?
5
Whatever your hit dice is,
5.
divided by 2.
divided by 2, so 4.
But- No, because for
it 5?
hit dice it's
Oh.
it's 5 because it's for hit dice it's rounded up, so it rounds up to the next number, which is 5 for d8s.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna
that's
take armor
unfortunate.
shadows for my
Sure.
identification. And I'm gonna pick
I've
Yeah,
got
so-
13 hit
So-
points. Yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Moving
Let's
up in the
go
world.
Pixie.
What does mage armor do again? It just gives you like +2 AC, right?
Mhm.
Like that.
It's I believe
plus dex.
13 AC plus your dex
13 AC. Okay.
for up to an hour, I believe.
8 hours.
8 hours?
Casting time, 1 action, range, touch.
Does that stack with armor?
No,
No.
The
no.
target's AC becomes 13
You-
plus your dex.
Yeah, so it does not count armor, and
So
then
13
I think
plus your
it's usually
dexterity if you
casted
use
on-
mage armor.
I think it's usually casted on people who don't have armor.
Yeah.
Yes, specifically, I think in the spell text it actually says you cannot be wearing armor while if you're cast or while the spell is casted on you or someone.
The spell
it-
ends if the target dons armor or you dismiss the spell as an action.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I don't know how to drag things from the compendium into the chat. Can you do that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm stuck between Eyes of the Runekeeper and something that'll give me proficiency
right back.
in Deception and Persuasion, Beguiling and Influence. Eyes of the Runekeeper mean I can read all writing.
Ooh. That's powerful.
Yeah, that sounds kind of strong, especially for this session. But also having that Deception and Persuasion proficiency would be real nice. Especially with myself I'm getting. But you know what? I get more Eldritch Invocations every level. I'll take Eyes of the Runekeeper now.
Yeah, so
I got 2 sorcery points now. Yay!
oh right, as a cleric I get my my thingy, the forget what it was called.
I appreciate you
What
guys
can I
with,
use
for
to
burying
do
with me
sorcery
in that upper encounter where we saw the roof and I was like, oh, there's circles.
Okay. You did a lot of descriptions this session. It was pretty good.
I was really excited to learn more about it. And I was like, oh, I you know that
There's something. There is something there. I will say
I
that.
did a point, and I was like, oh, I know that.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So just as a real quick question, this is just more out of curiosity. So the seal with the same symbol, would that be in Celestial? Because if not, then you don't have to say. Because Reva can speak Common, Celestial, and Elvish.
What languages are there? I haven't actually decided. I just knew it was like heavenly. I don't know if it would have been celestial.
Question.
Yeah.
Are primordials a thing in this world?
Yes.
Elemental. Okay. But are they rare though?
I mean, I
It's a very explicit.
you
very explicit language
seen
that means-
you haven't seen a primordial yet, so
Yeah, I know it. I can understand it, but I don't know why I understand.
all right.
It's weird.
So there's common, dwarvish, elvish, giant, gnomish, goblin, halfling, abyssal, celestial, draconic, deep speech, infernal, primordial, sylvan, undercommon. Yeah, you probably would have recognized what that meant.
Okay. uh,
You'll probably
I know
realize what it means
primordial
when you go back in the room, though. You were probably too caught up on the fact that, like,
yeah.
you know, I've like never seen this in like 20 years. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, or if it was the thing that or if she was the one who picked up the seal thing. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Just DM that whatever it said to me. I don't know. It's up to you.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe you have like a innate understanding of the symbol now. Who knows?
Fair.
That's something for next session. I have to prepare more.
Yeah.
I haven't really decided yet. I have a lot to figure out sometime this week.
For sure. In the meantime, I have to get down my Channel Divinity stuff, which is cool.
Yeah, if you guys have any like lore questions, I'll put it on the to-do list, and I'll try to answer your question as concisely as I can.
Mm.
And I'm recording this still, so
Okay.
we're good as far
So
as like my
The
descriptions
Pope
go.
using technology to keep himself alive, and it's the Pope human.
See, those would be great goals.
Yeah, for me, but not for Isaac. He barely does. He's like a kid. He's like,
Well, then
"Yay,
you could like
yay."
convince
Aw.
you could convince Rosetta to figure it out. Maybe like
Rosetta.
yeah, if you
Is the Pope human?
No.
Okay, so
Like with an ice cream spoon in their mouth. No.
perhaps.
He would have just eaten it like whole. He would have a brain freeze and couch on the ground, crying.
My favorite thing to
Hurts
do
my head.
in this entire setting is just like add a little detail here and just see who picks up on it. There were about 6 different times that I added something really small in the corner that no one touched.
Sometimes
It's cool, though. Because it leaves shit in the world for people to think of if they remember it.
survival, you know.
Yeah.
Slowly, like, zoning in and out, and I'm like, missing pieces.
Alright, I'm taking Hex.
okay, so real quick, DM, is it okay if we can just go do like a private chat thing real quick? Because I have a few questions relating to my character.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll make another voice channel called Secret DM's Room.
Yeah, on Discord.
Will likely be
Maybe
useful.
by next session, I'll have a character drawn up so people would have a better visual of what my character looks like.
You already have one.
Hell yeah.
Finish drawing
A
my
small
character.
little
Finish
facial
drawing my
thing
character.
sketch.
There's far
I-
more than any of us have. Oh, I guess other than the few pictures.
I might just refine it because it's just a quick little sketch, and then I'll share it in chat. That little thing I drew.
Damn
Yeah, I
strap.
got your
I
character
drew
sheet,
the
and
finish-
man, I'm impressed. It looks
You
great.
should see her other one. Holy shit!
Which other one? I have like 3 going on right now. I'm still trying to
Sir
work on all
Ira?
3.
You should just
Oh,
send that in the chat.
the-
That is
the-
amazing.
Character drawing?
No. I mean, either or, but your custom-made character sheet for Sir Ira is amazing.
Okay, I'm gonna go in the secret DM chair. Bye.
Character one.
Okay, we're alone now. Hello. Oh, right. 1 sec.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Oh wait, I was probably speaking. You weren't able to hear me because I forgot to press push to talk.
Right. That's okay.
Let's see.
I'm sorry if I put you like personally as a role player on the spot. I definitely thought you could take it though. You did great.
Oh no, it's fine. I thought it was great.
Yeah, and
I,
I had to ask the questions about like you wanting to talk or signal because like I like giving people options if possible, you know.
Mhm.
Because like I remember getting trapped in a character, and no matter what, I just couldn't get my character killed, and I wanted to just play a new character or like change something about him. I think it was yeah, that's right. He was a Kenku, and it was like I could only repeat things. It was so fucking annoying. The DM was like,
Right.
yeah. But
Yeah.
what questions did you have?
Yeah. But it was great. Like, if this was me in like the very beginning, like when I was first starting to play, I was like, I don't know.
Yeah,
But D&D's helped me open up a lot, especially to roleplay
yeah.
related things. But yeah. So I think we talked about this briefly as to where Rayva's like ASMR magic comes from, but for channel for because I know you said there was the diviner, or I suppose now we know in this case the high diviner
Quick.
listens to the
Yeah.
faces directly.
Yeah, you want to hear a funny story?
Sure.
So, being as nervous and excited as I was to start this session, I forgot that Saurus was actually supposed to be an exarch, and and I called him the diviner because I was currently prepping a character sheet for the high, what I would call the diviner, but is now the high diviner. But I mean, it makes sense still. So
Yeah. But yeah.
yeah,
For me, for sure. But I mean, you played it off really well, though.
yeah.
Um,
Thank you.
but yeah, so the diviner, so the high diviner or high diviner speaks directly to the faces. But I'm just reading the channel divinity thing for clerics. It says at second level, you gain the ability to channel divine energy directly from your deity. So I'm just kind of like wondering how that would work,
Well,
especially if her
yeah.
power, or at least her Aspar power, can't like conduit.
That's right. So you probably can channel the power of it using like celestial language. You can like ask what your main patron is. Emir, right?
Yeah, Emir.
All right. So I mean, technically, you're not talking to him when you're asking for divine divinity, or like what's it called, divine magic?
Channel divinity.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
channel divine energy directly from your deity using that energy to fuel magical effects. Be it turn undead or for the Twilight, or sorry, for the Twilight domain. Now where is it? For
Yeah,
Twilight domain,
I'm on it right
would
now.
be Twilight Sanctuary
Yeah.
would be that one.
So what was your question?
So I'm just kind of like wondering how that's gonna like coincide if Reva isn't like a diviner, like how that would interact with like the channel divinity and stuff.
Right. I would think that very soon, maybe like when you return from the quest, we'd probably have some sort of scene where you like increase in standing or rank with the church, maybe become an exarch, or maybe you skip exarch entirely and go diviner.
Right.
But as far as like right now goes, like for next session, just cast the spells as normal.
Mm-hmm.
Make it, I don't know, however you want to stylize it, as being difficult or maybe being unnatural to you. But you know,
Right.
I'm fine with pretty much anything you want to stylize it as.
Mm-hmm.
You don't necessarily have to talk with a god to get him to give you magic in this world.
Okay.
Like, if you worship them enough, they'll just give it to you.
Right. So I think at least for Reva, I'd imagine it would come in like the sort of like daydream sort of thing. before she uses magic, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just kind of like thinking here.
Yeah. Probably like during your first rest, I'll have you have like a moment.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, that should be a special moment for Raven.
Yeah, yeah. So I just wanted to kind of like clear that up.
Yeah.
I don't imagine that she'll be using Shadow Divinity, like the Twilight Sanctuary or Turn Undead anytime soon, unless we get into some sort of combat situation. But just to like figure that out before
Yeah,
like
it's
it may happen.
probably first combat's going to be next session, and I'd be surprised if the combat doesn't last most of the session. I don't know. Depends on how good you guys are at killing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for clearing that up so I can figure that out.
Awesome. If you think
General-
of anything else, you can just, I don't know, DM me or ask me now. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I don't think I have anything else to ask for now, but
Okay.
yeah, I think that's it for now.
Alright, I'm going to hop back in the general.
Oh, fucking awesome. Oh, lovely.
If
We're
I
back.
am not single-handedly the entire thing that brings down this entire campaign, then
Then I'll have
That's a
Thea.
bit concerning.
Wait, what did I come back to?
Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's just it's on the down low.
In on it something beautiful. A friendship.
We're
Oh,
gonna cause 9/11 on the
And
pitch.
Oh, God.
Theta holding
not
hands.
9/11. 9/11
Setting
killed people in
fire.
a tower. We're gonna kill the
Right.
entire world. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Turn running off into the gate.
Even if Isaac tries to pray
fires
to one of the
everywhere.
gods. What if Isaac
Lucian
tries to-
very much loves this entire cult and just wants to go along with anything that he possibly can.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Hey, raise your hand if you're here under false premises. Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by Lucian.
Nope, Lucian's my friend. He's my friend. I need to
Isaac loves me.
I hope that Reva, that Theta has not annoyed you too much. I know that they're a little button pressy.
I have to say, it makes DMing an interesting task when you have to realize that the things that you're saying aren't out loud.
Yeah,
You know?
I feel at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah.
it lets me get away with some shit. It really does.
How does your
Bar.
how does that ability work? I need to read that because it felt like
And you
You
can
put it in the chat.
30 feet of you. So yeah, it's right there. It's Awakened Mind. So it's kind of vague how I view it, or at least how I read it, is that if I can see multiple people who are within my 30 feet radius, I can talk to all of them, or I can talk to one of them.
So you're choosing
It
to be
does say-
selective with your speech.
Other creatures. I think
Hmm.
in this situation it's going to be used so much that you might as well make strict rules, or not even strict rules, but just rules about all of its limitations.
I'm gonna add this because I think it's fair, and I kind of ruled on it earlier. Anyone who wants to like not have that can have that. I think Message has a thing about that. Doesn't
it's a
it?
Wisdom check.
Yeah.
Two people have message. Is it message or telepathy?
It's message.
Yeah, Message
Duo.
doesn't have any like dice limitations, but like I don't know. Maybe I'm being
I
too
think
meta
Message has
about this.
authority.
Message has a hand. What if you like? You point at someone, you cast a spell 120 feet, you cast message. I think it's all about the hands.
I think it's very reasonable for there to be characters who are entirely able of pushing Theta out, or at least keeping him.
If you saw this guy's character sheet, you would not be doing this to him. You guys, you ain't got nothing on this dude.
That's specifically why Lucian is just playing along in any way he can.
That's why you need to understand that Theta's competence is their strongest virtue.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely thinks differently of you
Nah,
for
that's
trying it. No, like not in a bad way even.
Listen, it's not even like it's. I feel like it's more than obvious that Theta can't really speak. or at the very least has a very good reason for nothing.
So both of you guys don't speak. This is gonna be an interesting campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might have to take up a little bit of the face of the group if a lot of people aren't gonna like you guys just speaking to them in the head, or not being able to completely see
I
the
don't
writing in the
think
book.
anyone in the church would have freaked out nearly as much as the High Diviner.
High Diviner is kind of a
I'm
high.
specifically talking about other people.
Yeah, other people, like, for instance, if you were to meet, like, any sort of monster or, like, thing that you can reason with but is technically not able to speak in any other way than telepathy, they wouldn't like it if you tried to reach into their mind. So I think, as far as a ruling on that, I think a DC, whatever your spell DC save is. Do you have that? Is that a thing that warlocks have?
Well,
Yeah, so just put that, if you could customize Awake Mind and put that in, like, the ending sentence. DC 12.
I can probably put a DC to it.
Yeah. Or either a DC or a, save, whatever your spell thing is.
Spell save DC.
Yeah.
Covers me.
Not too strict in that kind of thing, but, like, narratively it adds salt to the dish, so to speak.
Beta definitely at this point knows he can talk to Lucian, and Lucian will ask specifically if people are okay with him entering their mind after running into that issue once.
Okay, so it's just a DC 12 thing.
Lucian is status handler.
A little bit.
There's some people, if they were to be perturbed by Theta entering their mind, yet they couldn't keep them out. Would that give me advantage on intimidation? I do have proficiency.
What, like, speaking in someone's mind gives you intimidation, or it gives you inspiration,
scenarios.
basically.
Like, perturbed by that.
Oh, by the way, Turtle, mark inspiration for your act of defiance, and yeah, I'm trying to think of any other major scenes.
Can you type it in? Someone's calling for me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also, I forgot about our scene. Rosetta, mark inspiration for, like, trying to play the fool initially. I mean, Reva, you definitely deserve inspiration as well.
Cool, thanks. I've almost never used inspiration.
I need to remember to give it, honestly. Maybe we should just make new rules about inspiration.
You know what I do? You know what I'm going to start doing with my campaign is I have every character make a personality trait, ideal, a bond, a flaw, and if somebody successfully RPs each 4 of those in the session, I'm going to give them inspiration.
That's a Mirror Shades thing.
That's Shadowrunner too.
Isn't it?
Shadowrunner and RP does something similar. Like if you say a line, like
Yeah.
you get like a list of lines, and if you say it in the RP like naturally, then you'll get like a chaos die or something.
Stars Without Number has a similar thing, but it's with factions.
Never heard of any of that.
The inspiration for Rosetta?
Spare inspiration, please.
It sounded like you meant...
Hello, I'm back.
my
did I
my brain...
Yeah,
What
Undead
did I
Armies. You guys ever hear of Undead Armies?
No.
They have an interesting tactic where it's called banking, where if you don't like the roll, you can bank it, and you can have up to 1 banked roll that you can just, like, fail any other chosen thing. And I kind of want to do that.
Oh man,
Banking failure. I'm gonna bank that nat 1 for later.
Yeah.
Bank it so that you can succeed possibly on something that's more important.
Another thing
Yeah,
I think might
have to
become...
fail later.
Another thing would be a lot of quality of life improvement is, like, everyone having a luck stat. Maybe.
I mean, I have luck.
No, in a different capacity.
What do you for what specifically?
Like when you came back to the inn and thought, you know, like to see if the innkeeper would be awake yet, or like when Reva had to like wait an hour or so just to push the timeline a little bit closer. Like there's a completely possible scenario where he fails that roll, like he gets a 90 or something. On that I was aiming for 60 or lower, and she could talk with him. But if he would have gotten a higher than 60 roll, he would be like in bed asleep, and
What?
she wouldn't have been able to talk with him. And so like that's where you need a luck stat, because like if you're lucky, then or if you like roll, I don't know,
For
it
some
would probably
things like
be like a
that,
modifier.
what I would do.
Inspiration again? How much inspiration again from the Defiant?
Oh, the
You just mark it on your character sheet with the inspiration.
yeah, it's just like a little checkbox.
Yeah, how much?
It's 1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
like, it
essentially
gives you
lets
advantage
you
on one roll.
hmm So it's a good thing to save.
Yeah, for stuff like
It gives me a
talking back to
dragon.
the high priest.
It's not more talking back, it's more like, okay, you want pizza? Like that.
Yeah.
It's like
You know what would have
person
been
offers pizza
in a
and
different setting where if I wanted to be like funny and not like serious, I would have been like, roll persuasion. You know, like maybe he does want pizza.
God damn it. I should have rolled persuasion.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think I am going to go take a break. That was a lot.
Right.
Like I'm drained from that experience. That was a lot of talking on my end.
The first session is always a lot.
Yeah, it's I had a great time.
Okay, yeah, good. I was just so worried that Theta would be just insufferable to roleplay with.
No, I didn't notice that from anyone.
Damtrack, when you have energy, is it okay if we talk, how like Isaac could be good for the world, for the story thing, when you have energy?
Yeah, just shoot me a DM, and I'll talk with you about it.
Okay.
But if any of you have character questions or anything, I'm here, DM or whatever. I am the DM after all. So DM the DM. That's the thing you
DM
should
the
do.
DM?
Yeah.
I should get some sleep because I do have a finale to orchestrate tomorrow. That's an agreement.
Be awake in.
7 hours. 6
What
and a half.
No.
is that proficiency bonus?
I'm waking up at about 4 or 5 hours. I need to be awake, and then I've got to do a drive, and I've got to be driving for like hours. So fun.
7?
Where do I put the proficiency?
We're leaving at
bonus?
9, bud.
Yeah, we're leaving at 9, so
I've
7
gotta wait.
hours. 6
Yeah, I gotta wake up. I gotta get ready, and then I've gotta go pick up stuff and like get the car ready before we go on our trip.
Okay. So if any of you don't know, me and Chillin' Vulpix know each other. Well, she's my girlfriend, so.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Wait, there are girls in this? Ew.
Well, I mean, evil implies is this real.
I'm just kidding. Oh jeez.
No, it's okay. I am full on board with your yucks and your ews.
Cyber Q, but it's UK.
UK.
Yeah, okay.
Also, where do I put my proficiency bonus? Do I just tap one of the buttons and feel?
There is
It
a
should-
proficiency bonus area.
Yeah. In the skill sheet, it's called proficiency bonus. You should see it. It's like right in the center. Okay, I have to go.
Alright.
I appreciate you guys showing up. Thank you.
All right. Good
Well,
night.
Thanks for the good session.
I can have proficiency in anything, right? Like a 2, so do I just add it?